thank you for coming and sharing in this experience with the students. Really excited. We have some very different experiences today. We also have a couple sophomores with us, which is awesome. My name is Justine Carlisle. Everyone knows me here, I think. Some of the students that we have today work together in a group. They were a cohort that was interested in healthcare, so they're going to talk a little bit about their experience. And then I think we have 3 or 4 other students that did independent projects, and so they'll talk about theirs as well. I'm going to have SB, our sophomore, start it off. All right, so, do you need your iPad or anything for notes?
No, I think I'm good.
You can use this button right there to go through.
This one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Either one will work. Okay.
Hi, I'm SV. I'm 16 years old. I'm a sophomore at South Portland High School, and I did my ELO class on business exploration. This is my business, Wild Sun Thrift. So basically, I've been doing reselling vintage clothing that I source from thrift stores and just all secondhand. I've been doing it for about a year now, but more recently, in the past 4 months, I started doing in-person shows. As you can see, this was a art and vintage market that was set up at a month or 2 ago. And so basically I get all of this clothing from Goodwills and all these thrift stores at cheap prices, and then I resell them online or in person or to personal friends. And yeah. So why I did an ELO class was just because I wanted to improve my business knowledge. I've always loved having my own business and really preferred it over being told what to do and working for someone else. I've worked jobs before, but I definitely want to keep doing businesses throughout my life. It's just what aligns with what I like to do. I definitely get that from my parents because my parents have owned so many businesses. They have had juice bars, smoothie bars in Portland. They sold their own clothing for 10 years. They had their own line. My dad sold tie-dyes when he was 14 years old. They've had so many different businesses, and that's just I think that's really cool, and that's just something I want to do. So what I did during this class was I created things like a business avatar, which, as you can see, I made it right here, which is basically what I think my ideal, or what I want my ideal customer to look like. So he's got a Patagonia fleece from the 90s, and then he's got some Carhartt double knee jeans, and he's got some Birkenstocks on, and he's got some surfer hair, and that's so basically when I see someone like that walking into the event, then I'm doing oh yeah, that's a good sign. Basically what I sell is just outdoor clothing. I try to target a specific niche, target specific people. That way they can keep coming back to me and know that that I have a specific style, which is hard to replicate because I'm the one, I'm an outdoorsy person, and this is just the clothing I like to wear. So I like to kind of introduce my style to other people. And then I also did things I interviewed a vintage shop owner, which I'll talk about more on the next slide or two. But this was his business. He owned a a school bus that he renovated and sold clothing out of, and I'll talk more about that in a second. And then I also did a competitive analysis, which is where I looked at 3 businesses, other businesses, and compared it to mine, pros and cons. For one, I did Goodwill. It's a retail store. They have all their clothing for free, and they get it mass amounts of clothing. But then I also have put together a niche and got specific types of clothing for specific people, so that way instead of having to go through tons and tons of racks of clothing, they just got to go through my one rack and they know they're going to find specific clothing, still for an affordable price. So I kind of provide a service to people, that way they don't have to spend the time going through different clothing. Slide. So yes, so here's more on the interview I did. I interviewed a person named Tom Weber, who has been reselling clothing for about 3 to 4 years, and he actually has a funny story to getting into it. So basically about 4 years ago, he was a script writer, writing for storing, storytelling, and he had like knew nothing about the vintage scene and reselling clothing scene. And then he saw his wife spending like tons of money on these like vintage dresses, and he was like, what's that all about? Why they're used and all this stuff. And then he started researching it, and then at the time his wife was like, all right, we're planning to get married soon. I need you to get more of a financially stronger job. Like, they need more money pretty much. And so eventually he looked more into this vintage stuff, this vintage scene, and they are very like, they're not afraid to like take a leap into a new thing, try new things. This couple, and pretty much they found a school bus, and they're like, for a really good deal, and it all happened really fast. But they eventually they bought the school bus, and they're like, all right, that's what we're gonna do now. And they started really researching, thrifting like every day, and started finding clothing to sell out of the school bus. And they did that for like 3 years. And then after that, they did that for a while. They got tired of it and wanted something more in place, so then they bought a store, which they still are at today, Weber's store. It's on Peaks Island, Maine, and they've been doing that for 2 years. This is their second summer. And so some pros and cons I've learned from like this career path that he's doing from him is like obviously the thrill of finding really good stuff for cheap prices. That's always fun. And then finding like the perfect items for perfect people. Like, let's say you have like a random T-shirt about a summer camp in like 1993, and then someone like went to that summer camp that is buying your shirt, and they love it and it's perfect for them. That feels really good to sell that to them, because you know it's like it means a lot to them, and it's just a shirt to you. And then there's definitely some cons though, because stain remove, all these clothing is secondhand, so they're gonna be all thrashed and like all messed up, like all dirty. And supply lack is hard because you need a lot of supply to make enough money, and you pretty much in this business you have to split your time up between sourcing and selling. Those are the two biggest things. So you have to figure out the balance between how much you want to source and how much you want to spend time on selling, and it's very time consuming. Thoughts on this career? Like I said, I've been doing this for about a year, and I definitely plan to do this through the rest of my high school and maybe even my like college career, but I don't think I'll continue to sell clothing beyond that. Not because I don't like it, I just feel like I will want to try something new and kind of experience different things. Maybe I'll eventually go back to it though, because I definitely enjoy doing it now. Yeah. Reflection on the class. I learned to definitely keep track of my business and how to make it the most profitable through things like I had a spreadsheet of all my expenses, all my profits, all these different things, and I learned how to spend the time on the most like profitable and effective things for my business. And I obviously learned a lot of teamwork skills and just had a great time with all my classmates. Thank you guys. And then so for future plans, I definitely, like I said, plan to keep doing this for a few more years. And I've been setting up at like First Fridays in Portland, which is just an art walk that anyone can go set up at, and selling my clothing. And then I actually have a spring market this Friday that you all should come to. It's in Woodford's Club in Portland, Maine. There's going to be art, vintage, food. I think you get a free tote bag if you buy something from there, from the vendors. And it's hosted by Digital Nail, which is a local like skater type of brand in Portland. I'm going to be set up there, and you guys should all come. Thank you guys all for listening. Thank you very much, Ms. Carlisle. Shout out to the person I interviewed, Tom Weber, and thank you, my classmates. Any questions? Questions? No questions?
I want to say one thing, because there was something we talked a lot about your business, and we were talking about why it's better, or why someone should shop from you instead of like a store.
Oh yeah, just because like sustainability is a big part of it. Like, obviously, all of this textile and clothing is really bad for the environment and how much it's making. I think textiles makes up like 10% of our carbon emissions to the which has a bad effect on the environment, as you can expect. So obviously, reusing clothing, I think everything wearing is secondhand. It's really good for the environment, and like that way we don't have to make more clothing and don't support businesses that like make tons of clothing that just get thrown in landfills.
why'd you start with like clothing? You know, you could have went to like I don't know, like selling food or something.
Yeah, that's
to
a good
begin
question.
with.
Honestly, because like I've never been good at buying clothing. Like because it's always so expensive and like I can never go to a store and pay full price for an item even before I started thrifting. And then I started thrifting and I couldn't stop. So I was like, and then I just heard how people made money through it. And it's like, all right, that's what I'm gonna do. And then I kind of just have never stopped and just kept going through it. It's just, and then now I can like do it instead of having a job, which is very nice. That's pretty much it. Anything else?
Do you have any recommendations on how to get stains out?
Yeah, I do.
What's the
So,
best methods you find?
best methods, if you have a lot of clothing that you want to get stains out of like white t-shirts and stuff, you can soak them. So just get like hot water and like some like OxyClean or like some sort of it doesn't really matter, just some sort of thing that removes stains, and then you just let them sit out in the sun for a while, and then you can
Soak them in the sun, or
let them sit in like the tub of water and like the
Out in the sun.
detergent or whatever you're using for it, and then like those oxy like white sticks or something, I forget what they're called. I always use those are good. Yeah, and then also for like distressing, I always like stitch up my pants and everything to make them last longer.
Love it. Thank you.
Any more questions?
Nice job, actually. All right, next is Jacob. You ready?
Sure.
Okay. Are you going to use your iPad for notes? You can. It's fine. So I have your slideshow right here. So you can use this, just push this button to go through.
All right. So I'm Jacob. I'm in 12th grade. I put a picture of my dog. I didn't have a picture of me, so I just put her. Actually, that was my freshman year when I got her outside on the porch. My grandmother opened the window, and I was like, you know what? I want to get a quick picture of her and just snap it real quick. So I got her as soon as she was looking at her. She passed away though, so I mean, she lived a good life. So the reason I wanted to do ELO, I needed money. All right, money was my main priority here at this point. 17 years old, didn't have a job, so I wanted to do it because I heard I've never done it before, and I heard it was cool. So it was money and obviously sports. Big fan of sports. Played basketball, unified, for 3 years. Yep, and then I didn't play this year because I didn't really feel like playing, but doing the sports was, yeah, I just needed money. Money's the big part of my life right now. Did I skip one? Or was that the right?
No,
You got it? Alright, so South Portland Athletic Department had a bunch of photos, thanks to Mr. Will, had a bunch of photos, got some stuff to organize. I chose it because obviously it was sports related, and it was something to do. So I had something to do, so I did it. I had nothing else to do. So I was like, you know what, I'll take a class like that. So, I mean, I heard it was alright. Some of my friends took it and they told me it was good. So I decided to take it. Mr. Will, obviously, is the assistant athletic director. He had a lot of photos for me to organize, and I actually saw he uses a bunch of the photos that I put in to promote games, like lacrosse, puts them in for lacrosse. So, I mean, you can just go to one folder, pick it, put the sport in, and type it all in. So, his job's a lot harder than mine. I couldn't do it even if I tried. I've never used a computer before. I used to always be like a phone guy. I never used to use a computer because I never knew how to do it. And I was like, this is too confusing. And then use a mouse. So I used to use like one of those clip ones. Never used these ones. Didn't know how to do it. Folders, never used to be good at it. Hard drive, don't even know how that works. I'm still surprised about that. Sport part was the best because I got to learn a lot more about sports and what goes on in the field of sports and how injuries suck. Yes, for me at least. My informational interview was Brianne Maloney. She was the girls' basketball coach here. I'm still interested in this field. I don't know really if I'm going to continue it, but she's been coaching for 9 years. So when she was teaching me, she was a coach. I couldn't do that. If I was teaching myself, I'd be going crazy. I couldn't coach. Challenges were the times I had to finish my work a lot before I had to get to work. So it would be work, and then the time would be short, so I wouldn't have enough time to finish what I needed to do and everything else. So I mean, it was a hard time. It was just terrible, but I got through it sometimes. Worked well. I got to catch up with Coach Maloney. I got to connect with Mr. Will since he was busy always in middle school and I never got to see him. So, and I got paid. That's like the best part. I got money. Okay. My future plans. I don't know if I wanna. My uncle does a lot of mechanical work, so I wanna help him with that. So if he needs me for help or anything, I can help him with it. I just need money. That's the main part of my future plans is money. I want to thank Miss Carlisle, Miss Emily, and Mr. Will. Appreciate you guys for my high school year. Yeah. Any questions?
If it weren't about the money, would you still be interested in working in the sports, or would you still want to be a mechanic?
I can do both. I can multitask. Still, I mean, even if it wasn't for money, I could still do it. I actually helped my cousin a lot at the Boys and Girls Club when he worked there. I didn't get paid for it, but he needed some help. He was busy, so I stepped in to help him. And my aunt did the same thing at the daycare. I used to go there when I was younger, help her a lot. But, you know, I mean, it wasn't, I don't care if I get paid or not. It's not about the pay, it's about the experience and about the people you're with. For me, at least. That's just what it is for me. You know, reconnecting with a bunch of my teachers and everything was just best. And, you know, seeing some that I haven't seen in a long time was seeing from where I've gotten, from where I was like this to now this, and probably a little bit bigger. So, you know, especially Miss Fry, actually. In elementary school, I saw her, and then I haven't seen her since, and she saw me when I was like that, and now I'm just, so, I mean, you know, a lot of stuff going on here. But, like, honestly, like, there was a lot of, like, rough patches in my life, like the loss of my mom when I was younger. I didn't know what to do, so I was like, I don't know if I'm going to continue any of this, any school work, but then I was like, I'm not going to drop out, I'm not going to quit. She wouldn't want me to quit, so I kept going, and my cousins are surprised that I'm still going to this day, and I'm on the verge of graduating. So they were surprised on me, so there was nothing I could do, so I left it as that. So.
Congrats, Jacob.
That's it.
Good job.
Any other questions, anybody?
Before you go,
Oh, God.
I want to take a picture because since you love money so much, we have a program through JMG that students who do 40 hours of career exploration, and Jacob did a combination in this ELO as well as with Goodwill and Hannaford, I think. Yeah, we were saying. And so the real check's gonna get mailed home in a week, but I didn't want you to miss out on the opportunity to get your picture taken with the big check. So you can hold it.
I'm rich!
Oh, that's great.
Awesome. Congratulations.
I'm so rich.
Yay.
Can I catch this one?
Hi, you're not the first student to ask that question. Or can I take this home? Nope, the real one's coming, I promise. The real one is actually going to be more valuable to you.
I'm asking the same
Hey,
question.
Seamus.
Oh, come on, man.
Where are you? Come on. Oh, right here. Okay, come on up.
Alright, for my ELO, I was exploring career as an electrician. Just basically talk about it again. What inspired me to pursue an ELO was because my teachers told me I would be able to study and shadow a career I'm interested in and get a jump start on my future career. My goals were making connections in the trade of electrician, and my other goal is to apply to SMCC and learn more about their associate's degree and certificate program for electricians. I was job shadowing at Mollison. I've been working at Mollison Electrical for a couple of hours a day for closing. I was interviewed by Jack Johnson, the manager, of operations at Molson because I was only able to work a few hours in the afternoon. I haven't been able to go on any job sites and actually learn anything. So I've been just helping around the shop cleaning. My experience in terms of learning of how to become an electrician, I haven't learned anything yet. Maybe it's because I've only been there for a few weeks. But during the summer, I'll be there the whole morning and afternoon, so that'll be cool. My values, I don't want to sit behind a desk for the rest of my life. That would suck. So I want to have more hands-on stuff, more experience in that, and the trade makes more sense to me as a career. So I did some research on becoming a journeyman and trying to get my certificate at SMCC. Doing more research, I interviewed Dan, who's the owner of Hannon Electrical, a local South Portland company. He says his days are always something different, which he loves about. It's never the same. Dan, he wakes up early, opens up the shop, assigns everyone to work sites, and he would go on his own sometimes. He also went to Northern Maine Community College for his electrical degree. Reflection. Challenges I faced in making this was trying to figure out what to write about what I've learned, because I haven't learned anything. So, what worked well was going to interviews. They all said I would fit great in this field, and that suited me. My mom was really supportive and always asked me about it. And learning, just like the way we learned this, was pretty cool for me, being able to go in there, learn, etc. I want to thank my mom, my teacher, and the people at Molson for helping me. My goals are to continue to work at Molson, to be 100% sure this is what I want to do for the rest of my career. To go to SMCC for 2 years and either get my associates or transfer to a college I want to go to. And that is it. Oh, that's Lorenzo. Sorry. You guys have questions?
Why did you want to become an electrician?
They pay like crazy.
Oh no, that's true.
Yeah. And it's more like outside work. So like they work at like highways and stuff. So it'd be outside working with my hands and stuff.
Hey, if you ever need help, I can help you. I'll give you some help. I'll give you a hand.
Any more questions?
Yes.
Yeah.
What do you think you might be doing this summer when you're working there more hours? Have they given you a sense of?
They might put me at job sites. I don't really know. I hope I don't clean their floors still. I really don't want to be a janitor there.
This is the beauty of working your way up, unfortunately, in
Yeah.
careers, but hopefully they'll provide more like skilled training. Have they talked to you about that yet?
Yep.
Great reflexes. 2, at the time of the stores, like, did you learn anything from like the way they organize stuff, like how
They don't organize Sorry, they don't organize at all. They had me clean the rooms and stuff. You know.
You were the organizer for it.
Yeah, I was the yeah.
He's the guy that organizes.
Any more questions? No? Okay.
There's no more. There's no more integrity.
This is Hottie.
I was so scared. My legs were shaking. I was nervous. My legs were shaking.
So pretty. Okay, so my name is Esperanza, and I want to say thank you guys for coming to my presentation. This is going to be about my healthcare career. ELO expressions. Okay, so the agenda for my presentation, we're going to do like a little introduction, some research I did. I talked about my informational interview, reflection, and then conclusion. Alright, so something that really inspired me to pursue an ELO was whether I actually wanted to explore healthcare or not. Both my parents are in the healthcare field, so like when I was really little, I was like, I'm not doing that. Like that just seems like boring. and I would just follow in my parents' footsteps. But as I continued to explore it for myself and like realizing that maybe this is something that I might actually be interested in, I feel like an ELO was something that like opened up for me. So I was like, I can explore it now and see if I wanted to do it. Something I agree with Jacob was definitely the money. I was like, okay, I can explore it and get paid, so you know. And then I also wanted to learn different careers in healthcare. And I think like when healthcare is presented, like people just know like a few jobs, like doctors, nurses, but like there's so many different sectors in healthcare that I think I could have been really interested in. So, and the goals for this ELO was what field of healthcare I'd be interested in, talking to those in that related to healthcare, and then making new friends in this class. So the first thing that we did was like a pre-apprenticeship, and so Maine Health has like this online course, and it goes through the history of healthcare and so many different things like excluding prejudice in healthcare, and we also learned about like different sectors in healthcare, the Maine Health, and so many different programs that we could be a part of, even as high schoolers. And what I really applied from this was different skills. So I learned different medical terminology, skills, and major achievements in the healthcare. And my experience was when I first started doing this, it was really boring. Like truthfully, I didn't want to do it. I only did it because the money definitely motivated me, but also I think being a part of it, like after like the huge spiel in the beginning, like you actually get to learn more like the different achievements and like something that I feel like I was actually interested in. So after that first part, it was actually interesting. So it helped me get through that. So one of the careers I became really interested really fast was being a midwife. I know that in at least like personal experience, I know like family members and relatives that had like bad experience with like midwives and stuff, and that have like changed the course of like their pregnancy and how they wish it could have turned out. And I wanted to see what being a midwife was about. So I interviewed this woman named Caitlin Sloan. She's a certified nurse midwife at Mercy Hospital. And I didn't even feel like an interview, because like I felt like we were just talking as like buddies. Like I was just asking her like, oh, why did you want to become a midwife? What is being a midwife to you? And throughout that experience, like she just gave me so much knowledge and wisdom that I feel like even today I can still take. And it was just so nice to talk to her. Like there were so many skills that she passed down, like general honesty, integrity, loving what you do, because being a midwife and helping like pregnant women to deliver their babies or through pregnancy is not easy, but having that determination will like help you continue forward. So some of the things in the interview, like the good things were definitely giving women like autonomy in their labor. And what that means is that like they can truly feel like themselves in their labor. And also another thing that she told us about is just to be excited that women can feel like excited and heard in their pregnancy, So it's not like okay, you're in the hospital, we're trying to get this baby out and you're leaving, It's like this whole process. And I think that, women should go through that and have like a more enjoyable process. And she also talked about, just the good laughs and stuff like that. The bad things where the shifts can be long and it's unexpected things can happen, but I think also in that's with every career that you go into, and sometimes just knowing what you're going through and going into that career can help you with that. So these are some of the different things that we did during this ELO. We did an SMCC CPR certification. So we went to the SMCC and we met this really cool guy that helped us get our CPR certification. I talked about the midwife interview, the pre-apprenticeship, but I also wanted to talk with my classmates, because going into this ELO, I thought it was just gonna be I thought it was just gonna be healthcare, but then I realized it wasn't. I was like, oh. But I don't know, having like different classmates of different careers and different goals, I think was really fun. And just having like different conversations in class was like different activities were really fun. And I came to really enjoy talking to to all of my classmates actually. So I really liked about this ELO. We had many different field trips. We went to SNCC, CMCC, which is the community college, UNE, I wasn't there, but you know, a lot of different field trips. And what I took from this was that ELOs were definitely worth it. So some of the reflection was that the pre-apprenticeship was really long. I can't lie. It was really long. I felt really boring, but through that, you know, like I learned so much from it, especially towards the end. And I feel like this learning model really worked for me because I feel like if I was just learning about this career on my own, I'd just be really bored, or I don't know, I just feel like not having that hands-on experience, I think, or like talking to other people in that career would have helped me really boost it and feel like I actually wanted to do this. So I really enjoyed that about the ELO. And the conclusion of this presentation was that I feel like doing an ELO helped me to be more sure of what I wanted to do in the future. As of now, I don't know if I'm not 100% sure if I want to be a midwife, but I feel like there's not things that you're always going to be 100% sure about. So I don't know what I'm going to do in college. I'm focused on the present right now. So, but I'm really interested in seeing what's to come in the future, whether it's healthcare or not. And I'm excited I'm getting paid. And I learned a lot of different things in this. I learned how to just be a good friend, be a good classmate, but how to be determined and just continue and have compassion and a passion for what you want to do in the future. And I feel like if anybody was to ask, you know, if they should do an ELO, I would definitely recommend it. I don't think it gets any better than this class, but you know, I think I would definitely recommend it. And that's my presentation. Any questions? Ms. Ray?
What made you lean more towards like looking into being a midwife versus like a traditional doctor or nurse, something like that?
I can't lie. Being a doctor just sounded boring. Like I just feel like all you really hear about is like doctor, and I was like, I don't know, that just seems like basic, you know. I also think that being a midwife and also maybe being an OBGYN, that was really something that I really leaned towards because like women in my life, like my aunt for example, she had like breast cancer and it was a lot of like shame around it. And because in the culture we come from, it's not really something that you really talk about openly. So I feel like giving her, respect for her, but also like for all the women that go through like a lot of these trials and tribulations on their own and like facing their bodies, you know. I think that's something that I really lean towards because I want, you know, every woman and every person to feel like at peace with their own body. So I wanted to give back a little bit, as much as I can.
Awesome.
Yeah. Any more questions? No?
Okay, don't go yet, because you might have to get your picture taken too.
The money. Where do you get the money?
That's unfair. Oh.
I know.
SB, not a question, but I also think it's great that you stuck with it. Because that beginning part that you thought was boring, then you would have never had that experience.
Yeah,
so
I would have
that's
quit.
really great.
If it wasn't this, I would have quit.
Yeah.
Great. Well, and I think in college you'll find
You'll
there
have
are
classes
many
you don't
times you
like.
have to just stick with it.
I'm seeing some
So, all right,
now.
that's good.
There's a pattern.
Good.
Everyone has to be getting one.
SB, I actually
10th,
have
11th, and
a
12th
question.
graders qualify for this fund.
Oh.
Stop.
I actually have a question
Even
for
though we have
Justice for
students
it, come
that
on.
were amazing and deserve it,
So
there's
wait.
She ain't doing it next year.
horrible
I have
loophole.
a question for
Yeah.
SB. So do you want to continue this career or do you want to like switch it up?
I was saying that I might be interested. I mean, right now I'm interested, but you know, I don't know. I might just. I might have to
Switch?
switch it up.
Yeah.
I don't know. So right now, so.
Makes sense, right?
SB did find out about an amazing opportunity for high school students, though.
Oh, it's a
Is that
doula.
summer thing?
Huh?
That summer thing?
No, well,
No, it's like a doula. Okay, there's a lot of different things, but like midwives, there's a lot of different midwives, but in general, midwives tend towards more like pregnancy and like observing pregnancy. Doulas are like emotional, like midwives can help deliver the baby. Doulas are more emotional support. And so there was this program that high schoolers can learn to become a doula. So I might do that.
amazing.
You're going to?
I was thinking about it.
That's awesome.
You would be very good at it.
I had a midwife for both of my for both of my children, and it was a choice because I wanted that relationship and the autonomy to do what I wanted to do. And you're absolutely right that I think it makes a big difference. You're not just going to be at the hands of someone. Not that doctors don't, doctors can be great too. So midwives are really good.
I think you want to have a minute for it.
Do you not automatically get a midwife, or is that like a home birth thing?
Midwives can be also at the hospital, but at the hospital, I think you do. But if you want a home birth, you gotta
more personal.
yeah, it's more personal.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you have to like choose.
Oh,
yeah.
Right? Like,
Yeah.
I was just saying, did you like, no, a doctor, like we had doctors,
Yeah.
but you could choose within to kind of.
Nice
Way,
job.
way
Nice
down.
job.
Here's
Split my money.
I don't know. I think I might have to take your check too.
Oh, that's
There's no way, bro. I thought you were seeing.
No, yeah, honestly, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Huh? Oh, and she said, I might be coming back another year.
Are we ready? Because Lena's ready.
Let's do it.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Lena. I'm a sophomore. I'm gonna talk about my ELO inspiration. Since I was really young, I've been really curious about the healthcare, and I actually used to take care. I actually used to take care of people when someone is really sick. I just like to give them medicine or something like that, and so that's why I did ELO, cause I wanted to learn more about it, and that's it. I did the pre-apprenticeship, which is an online thing which is really boring. It took forever. I don't like it. I chose this because I wanted to learn something about healthcare, which I did. But it took forever. And I did the CPR training and I got my certification. And we went to colleges, and it was really fun. And actually, I grew a lot, I guess. I interviewed Melody Fott. She's a teacher. She works in USM, and actually learned that it's kind of hard, actually. And I'm not really sure if I'm gonna be a DNP, cause I'm not really sure, cause it's kind of complicated, and then it takes years. And she said that in college I gotta make friends and to take care of my mental health, cause it's not gonna be always easy. And I wanna keep exploring this, cause that's my thing, I guess. I really like it. So at first I used to be really shy. I used to not like to talk out loud to people around me right now. But here I am doing it, and thanks to my classmates for supporting me. And I'm really proud for doing the ELO, and I really met amazing people. I'm really thankful for this opportunity and for everyone who helped me. And ELO actually helped me to see the path that I want to take. And I actually plan to go to college. And yeah. And it's actually something that I really care about, like I really love. Does anyone got any questions?
Are you raising your hand? Yeah.
So you interviewed the DNP. Were you thinking you wanted to go into to eventually get to a doctor's of nursing? But now you're thinking you maybe just want to stick with nursing, is that?
Yeah.
Okay, I gotcha. Nice.
I have a question. So between the field trips and the CPR, and I think I know the last one, the pre-apprenticeship, what was your favorite activity you did?
The CPR.
CPR.
Yeah, it was really fun. Like, go like this. It was fun. Yeah, that's enough.
Nice.
Good job, Lena.
She's like, okay. It's melting.
Okay, hi, my name's Emily, I'm a senior, and this is my ELO final presentation. So I decided to pursue this ELO so that I could learn more about different careers in healthcare and figure out what I want my future career to be. Because like I've always been interested in like helping people, and like making people feel better, so I thought nursing would be perfect for me. My goals were to learn more about healthcare, complete pre-apprenticeship, and become certified in CPI. So, my experiences, the pre-apprenticeship, back in February I signed up for it, and it taught me all the rules of like healthcare and how the different modules that you like go through, and like you like take notes on it and like read it, and then it'd have like a little quiz at the end to like check your knowledge, and I was able to like create a resume and a cover letter, which is very helpful to me because I had no idea how to make a resume, and that's definitely something I'll need in the future. So yeah, that was good. And CPR training, the whole semester, like I would travel at SMCC every other week, and this guy named Niels, he would like we would have these like mannequin things, and we would like practice like doing CPR on them, and we learned like why that's important and like why you know, like it's like I don't know, yeah, and I learned how to do CPR on like children and babies, which is like it's so different from doing it on like adults, because like you have to be really gentle with them, which is like kind of difficult because it's like, you know, like you don't want them to die, but also like you don't want to like break the ribs or something, so it's like for my informational interview, I met with this guy named Jeff Anderson, who is a program director at Maine Health for surgical technology. I asked him questions about his job as a way to learn more about being a surg tech, because that's the career I'm most interested in. And I learned that helping people and being part of a high-functioning team is the most enjoyable part of the job, and being able to save people's lives and leave the operation room stable is a great feeling, because it can get like really like chaotic and stressful. So, the most challenging part of this was finding motivation to continue working on the pre-apprenticeship and getting through all the different modules, because it was very long. it took a really long time to like get through all of it, and like towards the end, I just like lost motivation. It's like I don't want to do this anymore. But there are other students also working on it, so we got done together. It was nice. Other than that, I didn't really struggle with anything. I'd like to say thank you to Ms. Carlisle and Rachel McGill, Niels Knudsen, and Jeff Anderson for taking the time to teach me about healthcare and introduce me to all these new opportunities and experiences. My future plans are to start college in the fall and study nursing, and because of this ELO, I feel more prepared, and I have a better idea now of what I want to do after college. And yeah, that's it.
Why did you choose to go the surge tech route?
Because surge techs are like, they like run the entire OR, like they're in charge of everything, and so like you have to like listen to them, and like, I don't know, I just like the idea of like being like in charge, and, like everyone has to listen to me, and like, just like, yeah, it's a big responsibility, and I think it would be good.
Are you gonna attend Bowdoin?
Huh?
Are you attending Bowdoin?
Oh, no.
Oh.
I'm going to Plymouth State.
My cousin goes there.
Oh, really? Cool. SB.
So who's your favorite classmate?
Girl.
we were having fights about this last time.
You're all my favorite classmates.
That's the perfect answer.
Any other questions?
Would you continue your career, or do you want to like maybe like switch over to anything else?
I think for the most part, I just want to continue nursing.
Yeah.
I might switch it up though, see if I can afford it. Anything else? Alright.
Get your big check.
Oh,
Small one.
Money. See, yeah, someone gets it. Someone gets the reference.
All those together.
Say you earned this 2 semesters with me.
Get caught.
Where? How did you get some reviews?
Yeah.
Actually, yeah.
Job.
Oh.
Is it red? I should send you my face.
Oh, it's half the game.
Sorry.
My money.
I got about 2.
yes, it's
Can you do this?
Fun.
Yeah. Because I left out 20 minutes and I got so scared. I was going to turn around. I just got here. But then James, you just it's down here.
Yeah, I know. Either one. Alright, we ready?
Let's go.
I'm Josa. I'm a senior here at South Portland High School, and this is my final presentation for this class. So the reason why I took this class is because I always struggled with finding what I want to consider as my future plans after high school, especially like what I want to study in college and what I really want to pursue. And because people have been asking me since I was really young, oh, like what do you want to be when you grow up? And I like each question has a different answer. One day I was like, I'm gonna be an FBI agent, or like I'm gonna be a singer, or I'm gonna cook and stuff like that. So this class was I feel like it was a blessing for me because I found something that I'm really something I think I'm really passionate about, and that corresponds to my personal values. And I also got a great opportunity to learn more about healthcare, discover what career suits me the most, and like what I would definitely be good at doing, because I do love taking care of people, and especially children. So yeah, this class was a great opportunity to like open my eyes to like find out like what I really want to do, like to discover like who I am and stuff like that. For the pre-apprenticeship, it's a self-paced program. I really liked how you could take it whenever, like you could do it whenever you want it or like whenever you're free, and how you could take the quiz multiple times. But it was really long, and I have to be honest, at the beginning I didn't pay attention. So like, but when I started doing the quiz, I was like, oh, I really gotta lock in. So I went back and did it again. And but it was a great opportunity to learn about like different healthcare fields, like CNA, nurses, of course, doctors, midwives, and stuff like that. So it was a great experience. Yeah, definitely the $500 caught my mind. I mean, kind of caught my eye, but like, I also experienced personal growth. By the way, I reflected about my career choice because at first I was into psychology. I felt like that was something that I wanted to do, but later on I found out that it was really not, and I thought that nursing would be so much better, and I don't know if that will change in the future, but so far I'm committed to the college that I'm going to for nursing, and I hope I do well, because if I don't, that'll be a problem. I have to change my major and stuff. So for field trips, we definitely went to about 3 or 4 colleges. Went to CMCC, UNE, where else? SMCC. But my favorite one, CMCC, because I really enjoyed the field trip. I enjoyed the tour. I enjoyed like learning about the opportunities that the college was offering to their students. The campus was really nice. I liked how you could take the studying abroad program thing, and even if it was only for a week or so, I thought that it was really interesting, and it felt good learning about like different careers and like learning about different things you could do, and I feel like that also corresponded with my personal values, and like, oh yeah, I was to the point of considering going to CMCC, but then I'm like, nah, I'm going to St. Joe's. But yeah, it was fun listening to our guide. She was like really excited. I like how considerate she was. When we had to take the stairs, she was like, no, let's take the elevator. That saved my life. I was like, Lord, we cannot. So for my informational interview, I got to interview a really special lady, Miss Jill Frames. She's a clinical social worker, and she's been doing that for 28 years. But she opened up her own business because she's a mental therapist, and she's been doing that for 7 years. And so definitely good skills with being a therapist, because I was considering becoming a therapist in the future. So you definitely gotta have good communication skills. You gotta know how to manage your time properly, because you know there's time for everything, and there's times where you really gotta lock in. So, and also critical thinking and etc. And you also have to take care of yourself, because in Miss Frame's case, she takes about 6 patients every day. And I mean, she does the same things every day, like paperwork, talks with her clients and stuff. She said that can be stressful, because 6 people coming up to you with their problems can affect you in the way you think about yourself. So she said that self-care is a really important thing, especially in this career. Because like you might get affected by your patient's mood, and if you get affected, you can help them with whatever they're coming to you for help for. And yeah, definitely meditation, exercise, talk with your friends and family. That can help a lot. When you feel stressed, just like take a break and just like talk to your friends, like especially friends that make you laugh a lot, and like forget about like all the important stuff you have to do. Definitely that plays a big part in this career. For my reflection, I said that choosing what I wanted to do was a really challenging thing. As I mentioned, my career choices changed throughout my childhood. I mean, I'm still a child, but like, they kept changing, especially until this year, because I wanted to be something else next year, and this year I want to be something else again. So like this class really helped me focus on one thing that I think I really want to do. And yeah, watching those videos for the pre-apprenticeship were kind of boring. They were not long. I mean, one of them was 30 minutes, and I'm sorry, that discouraged me a lot. Like some of them were 30 seconds. I was like, oh, 30 seconds, I'll watch this one first. So yeah, those were really fun. I got to see actual nurses talk about their experience, unlike CNN talking about their experience, and like how much they love their job. Because I really like, if I do a job, I gotta love the job. Because when I wake up, like let's say I wake up at 5 to go to work, I can't wake up grumpy because I'm going to work. Like, you know how sometimes you come to school like all grumpy because I don't want to be here and stuff. I really consider, like, if I want a job, it has to be something that I really love and feel comfortable with. So like even when I wake up to go to work, I'm not like all grumpy, and I'm like happy because I'm going to work because I love my job, you know. And it felt really nice and comfortable completing this task with my peers. Yeah, we lost focus a lot in class, but I like how we really locked in at the NSP for the pre-apprenticeship. We were all like, oh my god, it's so long, I can't do this, but we really like decided to actually finish it, and that was nice. And the field trips too, we got to go to different places, we got to skip some classes and go to field trips, and that was nice. It was like you had so much to do here in school, but then you took us to like the field trips. Like I feel like that like maybe more relieved and less stress with all the schoolwork. So, for my conclusion, I really want to thank Miss Carolel and Miss Rachel, isn't it? Yeah, for the pre-apprenticeship and this class overall. And after high school, I miss school. I'm going to St. Joe's College of Maine for nursing. I hope it really works for me because I really do not want to change majors. I really like this, and I hope I can do it. This class played a huge role in deciding like to decide like I do actually want to do nursing. And yeah. Questions?
So what was it that made you decide nursing was for you? Because you interviewed the clinician.
Yeah.
So what made you?
So actually, in the beginning of this class, I had a talk with my mom. She since I feel like where I come from, choosing what you want as a job, sometimes it's really not your decision, and like your parents choose for you. In case of my mom, she said you should choose something that you really want to do, because in her case, her dad wanted her to do engineering, and she did engineering, but now here she's doing something else but she was passionate about something else. So she said that you should like really like focus on like choose something that you really want to do, and something that you can do everywhere, like internationally. Because if you go back to my country, mental health, it's really not a big topic. Like a lot of people do not pay attention to mental health. They think that, oh, you feel depressed, like what is depression? Like what is anxiety? Like what is like emotional and mental health really do not exist. It's only about physical health. So she said you could do a job where like you can work everywhere you go in the world. Even if you decide like to go back to Africa and like work, you can still do nursing because you have your degree and stuff. Because if I become a therapist, if I go back to Angola, people are gonna be like, so you're a doctor? I was like, yeah, I'm a doctor. It's like, what do you do? I work with mental health. Like, what is mental health? Because a lot of people do not believe that actually exists. I mean, I didn't know what that was until I got here, but yeah, having that talk with my mom really like opened my mind. I was like, yeah, I'll do nursing. At least that's what I think I'll do now.
What like part of nursing do you think you're gonna be interested in?
I'm not specifically, I don't know yet, but overall nursing, I'm just like I haven't decided on that yet, but I just want to do nursing. And I forgot to mention on my slide, I actually got a great opportunity from DMG to do a phlebotomy program in the summer. I think it's about 6 weeks, and you also get paid. But it's a great way to, just like how I got my CPR certification, I can get the phlebotomy certification, and I can still work even when I'm going to school. So that was a great thing. Yeah.
Why did you feel like St. Joseph's is going to be the best fit for you?
First of all, it's not really far, and I'm not a fan of big schools. I heard St. Joe's is a small school, like all the classes are in one building, because I have 2 people that I know that go there, and I met a teacher that actually went there a couple years ago upstairs. I forgot her name, but yeah, she said, yeah, she's on the 3rd floor. It's like that side of the school. She's there, because I went to get my yearbook, and the teacher that gave me my yearbook, she asked me where I want to go, and then I told her St. Joe's. She was like, oh, my neighbor right there, she went to St. Joe's. So I got to talk to her. She said it's a really fun school. It's a small community. You can like make friends easily, and like you can relate to people. And yeah, I did have other choices. Like I really wanted to go to Boston College. I did apply. I don't know if they ever got back to me because I put in the wrong email. Oh. So even to get back from St. Joe's, I had to make a whole new email because I was waiting for all the answers, and they got back to me since January, and in March I was like, hold on, these colleges are not answering. So and then I found out that instead of putting Jill's Sam, I put Jill's without the A, so it was a whole new email, so I had to make that. And then I found out that I got accepted, so I was like, yay. Yeah.
BC?
Hmm?
BC?
No.
Oh.
Actually, I don't know what I did for that email. I'll figure it out one day. And just for UNE, that's what happened. UNE got back to me a long time ago, and since I put in the wrong email, I thought they didn't answer. So until I got a mail saying that, oh, we got back to you, but like you didn't like give us a proper answer. I was like, what? So I went to double check, and it was the wrong email. It was just missing one letter anyway.
All right, juniors, you're hearing this?
Yeah, I was about to say,
Yeah,
at least
when
this
you
morning.
apply, make sure you write your name correctly. Please make sure you write your name correctly.
Yeah.
So yeah, any more questions?
Great job.
We'll take the money. Who wants to go with dinner?
I was over 2 hours. And an I. And an
The
A.
Kanye. The Kanye was
Sorry, Lena, I can't share this one. I have to get a car. So
You don't
I know, I think we all need to get to one especially, but Lena and SB.
Oh, good job, though.
Maybe we should play that when you guys do that.
I can
Good
just
job,
use that.
good job, everybody. We'll be back in an hour.
Okay, yes,
So I can just
very
use that.
soon.
Yeah, I just yeah.
All right, good job,
Yes,
folks.
that was me when I was 5.
Do we feel relieved? Yeah? How do we feel?
I can sleep there.
Miss Carlisle.
Yes.
Just imagine Joseph.
Okay. All right, welcome. Thank you for coming. My name's Justine Carlisle. I'm the Extended Learning Opportunity Specialist at the high school. I work with JMG. I'm really excited about today. We have kind of a mixed group. So I have some students that are doing ELOs, and they are with me during the day, and they have a block assigned to me. And they have been doing some informational interviews and some projects. And then I have 4 students who've been doing what we call independent ELOs. That means that they are doing all their work outside of the school independently, and we find time to meet either during their workshops or before school and after school. So I decided to kind of combine them here today. So I have Derek, who's going to kick it off for us.
You're so
My name is Derek Campbell, and I'm a senior at this high school. And I did clothing, manufacturing, and business. Do I have to
Yeah,
say
so
myself?
just, yeah, you have to, sorry. You don't want me to do it
My
for you.
central question was, is there an audience of young customers willing to spend more for ethically sourced, high fashion products? And my goal was launching a clothing line, dropping a clothing piece as a new small business. with my business, I had standards of being made in the US, being pro slow fashion, so not being a fast fashion company and popular brands like Shein, who have little slave children, and high quality products, unique garments at reasonable prices. This is my inspo. A lot of fur, a lot of leather. It's very different, like I don't know what to say. This is a garment I made like a year ago for my portfolio, and this is a quote I said. I wanted to design something that was out of the ordinary. So I was like, what's more out of the ordinary than a lot of skin showing, but it's fur, which is known as like a warming material, something that provides warmth, and leather, and it's hooded. It's just like weird. So my first step was finding a manufacturer. A lot of people, especially like young adults who start clothing lines, will go on like websites like Alibaba to find like manufacturers that are like 15 cents a piece to make, and they'll sell it for like $30. But it's like 100% polyester and unethical workers who get paid like a penny a day. So I decided to work with something local so I can also get like hands-on and really like get what I wanted to get and like tell them what I really wanted to do. And New York City is honestly not that far. I mean, like it's driving distance, and you can just like take the train or the Concord over there. So I contacted like 30, 40 people, and like a couple of them came back and was like yes, and I decided on like the top 4. And here's a picture from 1955. I thought it was cool. My second step was material. I did a lot of research about like what's ethical, especially with fur and leather, because it's very controversial to use in pieces of clothing, especially right now with like PETA and all of that. And I got in contact with Roxy from Sugar, who's a clothing brand owner in Maine. She started in New York City, but she moved up here to continue at her clothing mill in Biddeford. And I asked her questions, and one of them was about her belief in leather usage and fur usage. And she told me she believes in like the Native American style of using it, because either way, after you eat that meat from like a cow or whatever, it's gonna be thrown away. So it's better for it to be used as leather than to get thrown away. And same with fur, she's very like, secondhand is fine. So that was the plan anyways. I really wanted to use rabbit pelts as my fur for my garments, because they're also just really cheap. They're like $5, and they're like everywhere. You can go into like a thrift store and find them a ton. But I'm working with District Leathers, and I bought a sample from them, and it got delivered, and I was like, yeah, I like this. So I chose them as my sample. My third step was website creation. I did some research on like the best companies that work with templates and stuff, and I was like, okay, Shopify seems like the best one, especially for clothing and like any sales. And I spent like $250 on a template, so there's that. And I also decided on the name and material, because like it's like niche, it's like different, it's like different. It's like the people who are unseen, they're immaterial, they're not the same as everybody else. And then I did a competitive analysis about like other clothing brands. D-Squared is like a designer, and they've been around since the 90s, and they're really popular. But they're known for more alternative clothing, but like high fashion design. And the difference is they've been around forever, they're known, and they have a lot of connections, and they're really well respected. And I'm just here, so, and they're really expensive, and that's what I'm trying not to be super. Jada London is like a known, more young adult brand, they're cheaper. They're like $80 to $140 for a piece of clothing. But they're really bad fast fashion, all made in China, and like they're very controversial for how all their products are like slightly discolored and falling apart. Racer's another one. They're a little more expensive, but they're more ethical, and they're like made in like somewhere that's not China or Asia or something. But they're cool. I'm working with a photographer I met through just like business connections from Side Hustle. This is her work. She's really cool, and I was like, the stuff and work she does already fits the aesthetic, so I thought that would be nice to work with her. I also, for advertisement, I decided on TikTok and Instagram because I really wanted to push that young audience. That's my best bet. And so I made up this person. We're calling her Minka, and this is what she averaged. Like, this is what she wears. Miu Miu ballet flats, and Vivienne Westwood, designer, blah, blah, blah. And I made some assumptions of what my average customer would be like. Usually 17 to 26-year-old young woman of any race or ethnicity. She's a college student, and she wants to be a stylist, and she works at a coffee shop. She's an impulse buyer, and she doesn't believe in trends and decides to follow her own style. She does social media part-time, but loves to gatekeep her brands that she wears. Yeah. So that's Minka. This is my cost. So we decided how much it would cost per unit, and I really didn't want to do too much, like over like 10 units. But I also didn't want to do a pre-sale, so we use Google Sheets to decide how much profit there is in producing and selling this garment. And we would need to price the garments around $300 to gain profit, and that's with 30 plus units. So, because with 10 units, we would make like $20, so that wouldn't work very well. In conclusion, I'm gonna continue working on this project after graduation, and I plan on meeting up with manufacturers and suppliers in New York City in person, because I go down there sometimes. Then hopefully producing a sample, getting that done, and getting ready for photography, advertisement, and finally their release. Thank you. Do you have any questions?
Can you talk a little bit about what you want to do after graduation?
I plan on taking a gap year. We got into a school, but we don't got that type of school money. So we're taking a gap year to get into a public school instead. And I'm working with Roxy at Sugar for clothing design, sewing basics, and like some business part-time. So that's fun. So I'm just like interning for her during the summer. And I'm continuing my clothing resale. If you didn't know, Shop Designer Theft on Instagram. I take like trips to Boston like every month, and I had a Portland show like this weekend. That's basically what I'm doing like full time. It's just reselling clothes, Y2K women's wear. And yeah, that's the plan this gap year. Any more questions?
Derek, will you go back one slide?
Yes.
Okay, so you kind of skipped over a couple of your conclusions.
Oh yeah. These are just little things I thought about along the way I learned. It takes a long time to complete a clothing release, especially when you can't be one-on-one, hands-on with another person. It's hard to contact people through Gmail, especially when they're like New York City Garment District people who speak like Spanish. So I basically just said like, I actually have to be hands-on, make sure like people are local, because it's hard to talk with other, or communicate with other people through Gmail. finding your audience and know your people. It's hard to say specifically who is my customer, because it's a very like small group of people, and especially not Maine. No shade to Maine, but we're not the most stylish of people over here. So being ethical is costly, making the product jump in price. It costs to be a nice person. I mean, like, I can easily produce this product in like 3 months and make it come out and like get like 300 pieces of it, but it would be like all mass produced fur and leather made in China and gross and fall apart, and also like, I don't know, it's just not good. But yeah.
What do you think the time frame will be until you're able to release this product?
Well, because this is like a, if I was working on this like full time and like was rich, it would be really quick. But I don't got New York City rent money to be staying out there and really just be on like hands-on with multiple people. So my guess is, give me another year. I don't know, something like that. Like, it's probably gonna take a good second, cause photography alone and advertisement and all that is already like 5 months of work. And then getting samples back. A sample, if you didn't know, it's just like the first version of the product before it's released. So you can have like many samples. And one sample is $600, like $700. So we don't got that type of money. Or I don't know if I want to invest in that right now. And usually it takes like 3 samples. So that's a good like 1,800. And then the project alone already costs like 200 to create after the sample. So
you're not rushing.
I'm not rushing, I'm taking my time. And also I feel like rushing into it is not the best. Also like taking my time and really knowing who I really want to work with, like my top people, I feel like is better than going in with like somebody who's not gonna be very good for a long time experience. Any more questions?
Nice job, Sarah.
Alana. You don't have it?
No.
Arrows?
Just use the arrows.
Okay. For my ELO, I decided to do teaching, and the reason why I wanted to do an ELO, because I had a lot of like curiosity on what it's like to work in a classroom every day with kids, and I already work as a counselor for a summer camp, but I wanted to know how it's different from an actual like school classroom. So I decided to work with Dyer, and I had 2 goals for myself. One was learning different pieces to go into a classroom and how to like structure it, so like a lesson and an everyday plan for the kids, and creating a lesson plan and finding a way to get the students' attention since they're pretty small. And an essential question I worked on accomplishing was, what kind of technique do I need to get first graders to understand a lesson, let alone follow the instructions? And for me, I decided to do a math lesson, because when I first went in there, that's the first thing they were working on, doing math. And a lot of like the projects were like Desmos, or like not Desmos, I don't know what the name is. Not Desmos.
Delta?
Yeah. And they were working on like little assignments with like Rubik, like cubes, and like short little tiny games that they had with dice, and they worked together a lot. So I wanted to do something that's like sort of like that way. So I worked with my teachers to make a lesson plan, and this was the lesson plan that I had structured. for the kids, and I had 2 activities that I planned. One was cross math and paper plate math, and I took the time to find paper plates and write a number on it, and it was all addition, so I wanted to do something that's easy and fun for them so they don't get like, oh, it's too hard for me, so I don't want to do this anymore. And a lot of things that I wanted to work on was communication skills and my patience, and being a slow speaker for first graders to understand everything, since they're not all like on the same level with certain things, and it takes time to get each kid to understand. So I wanted to work on that and like research different places to get that sort of help creating the lesson plan. My source of like research when I do a lot of things like this is Pinterest or watching YouTube teachers like say their lessons, or even speaking to my teachers here at school. I did an interview with Mr. Tobias. It's right there.
Flashlight there.
And Mr. Tobias taught me a lot on how it's important to be patient with this line of work, and how it's hard, like most days, for a kid not to understand, so you gotta like stoop down to their level and get them to understand each part. And that is one thing of like I was excited to do, because one thing about me, I have a little brother who sometimes like teaching certain things to him, it's kind of hard, but the joy that I get over how like easy it will like be for him once he understands is what I wanted to do for these kids that I work with at Dyer. So I decided to make a math lesson plan. And one thing that like through the interview that I liked was he talked a lot on having like kind of like a friendship with them, where it's like you work with them, you get to like understand their learning needs and then personal needs, and working with them on like how they're feeling throughout their day and how it's going for them, and also knowing like not every lesson plan is gonna go how you want it. Sometimes you gotta change it and work on like a whole different like route. Some challenges I faced was kids' tempers. Usually when they don't understand something, they will react a certain way or get mad really easily, or like encouraging them to really like work on it themselves and think on their own and see if they can do it on their own. Because most of the time, if a kid doesn't want to do something, they will ask you to help them do it, and later on you'll notice that you did all the work for them and they didn't understand it. So I worked a lot on that with like all the kids, and I think through like out everything, I wouldn't complain about what went wrong. I feel like I enjoyed every part of it, because they didn't just like get to learn the work, they also got to be comfortable with me, which is one of the biggest things that I appreciate, because they got comfortable, they all wanted to know how my day was, they all wanted to talk about the things that they learned throughout their day, anything that I missed out on, or if they saw me walking around, they would tell me the minute I get to the classroom, which is what I think went well and what I think helped them like get comfortable when it comes to asking like certain questions. They knew that they could have a safe space around me. So, yeah. And for my conclusion, I wanted to thank Miss O'Brien, who was the first grade teacher that I worked with, Miss Carlisle for helping me on the lesson plan, Mr. Tobias for the interview, and friends and family for supporting me. And for my future plans, I think I want to do a lot more tutoring and continuing with the summer camp counseling thing, and also working at like volunteering at like different schools again for next year as my independent ELO. For college, I want to major in early education and psychology. Questions?
Can we see that picture of Mr. Tobias again? There was a debate in the classroom, like, is that a mullet or is that a...
There was a debate. That's a mullet. It's definitely a mullet.
I just want to say, I didn't help you with the lesson plan. You did that all by yourself. Like, you totally were independent and did amazing. So, you get all the credit. I think you're Good. Nice
Good
job.
job.
Okay, so I'm Brooke. I'm a senior here, and I did my ELO at Maine Medical Center in the prenatal unit. I was trying to get as close to labor and delivery unit as I could, but they were full with volunteers. So I wanted to do this ELO because I wanted to like understand what it's like to be in a hospital and have like a job as a nurse, just like see what the field is like before I go to college.
Yeah, sorry, you have to click on that one.
I kind of just said that, but I did the prenatal unit to get better understanding. So in the beginning, before I started volunteering, I made 3 goals, and so from a year now, I would want to begin nursing school and become comfortable with the workload of having nursing classes. 2 years from now, I'd want to keep up with my schoolwork and then continue to study because I know it's going to be hard going to nursing school, so I want to like keep working at it. And then 3 years from now, I'll be a junior in college, so I'd want to figure out what kind of nurse I want to be and participate in a labor and delivery clinical. Okay, so my role at the hospital was I prepped patient rooms for when they would come into the hospital. I would strip the rooms from when they're discharged. They had like a doorbell for security reasons where patients who have visitors, they would ring and I would let them in. And then I would also walk some patients down to the ultrasound room, and then I would also assist them with like food and drinks if they wanted anything delivered to their room. And then I did an informational interview with, her name's also Brooke, at Maine Medical. She's been a labor and delivery nurse for 5 years, and then she also attended St. Joe's for college. One like major thing I learned is that the labor and delivery section has like different sections in their unit that you would be assigned to in the beginning of your shift. So they have like natural delivery and then the surgical unit, which would be like doing C-sections all day on your shift. And then you're either working 3 days or 3 nights, which would be like a 7 to 7 shift. Then you'd have the rest of the week off. And then a few things I found surprising was they have jacuzzi style tubs in the delivery room, which they're also doing like new like construction in all of the rooms right now, so they're like having brand new bigger style bathtubs. And they have in-unit housing for like on-call nurses, so if you're like on call, you're not actually working at the moment, you can stay in the hospital, so you're there already if they need you. They're kind of like little dorm rooms, so I found that pretty cool. And then they have anesthesia nurses on call as well, like in the hospital, so that if someone needs like an epidural or something, like immediately they're there to give it to you, so you're not waiting like an hour for them to come from their house. And then she also told me like some skills and abilities that you should have, which is willingness to help people, being passionate, caring, and then a strong drive to be successful is something very important if you want to be a nurse. And then what she enjoyed most
her job is watching people show joy and excitement toward delivery, which is something I'm also excited to learn about and for nursing school. And then some challenges that people face as a labor and delivery nurse is like if the patient's baby has a D-cell, it's kind of not typical for that, so they have to work around that. And then like an emergency C-section, so if like the mother is not planning on having a C-section and then there's a complication and they have to bring her to the surgical unit. And then I had asked her what she knew before becoming a nurse, and she said that in school they teach you a lot of like bedside nursing, but in reality there's a lot more to it. Like it's not just being a nurse in a hospital, like you could do anything with a nursing degree pretty much. So then I also did some college research and like comparing different colleges. At the time, these were my top 3. They're all completely different from each other. And on there, you see like the NCLEX pass rate. So the NCLEX exam is this like big nurses exam you have to take at the end of college after you graduate to become a registered nurse, and so you can actually practice nursing in the field. So yeah, those are the 3 I researched, but I chose neither of them. So, next year I'll be going to Simmons University, which is located like right in the heart of Boston, a few steps away from Fenway. I chose them because they have a really great nursing program. One thing that stood out to me is their simulations they have. They have a lot more than what I've seen at other colleges, and they also have an in-home care simulation. So like it's set up as an apartment, and you would go in and there'd be like a mannequin that has health issues, and you would attend to them as if you were going to someone's home and giving care to them. And then they also, since it is right in the heart of Boston, they have a lot of opportunities for clinicals and job opportunities, since they have a lot of hospitals around there. And then as a reflection, some challenges I faced during my volunteering is because I was in a hospital and I don't have a degree of any kind of nursing or anything like that, it's hard to like actually participate hands-on with things because you're not trained for it and there's risks. So a lot of the time I just had to watch and learn from what they were doing. But what worked well is like learning how things worked and what it's like to be in the hospital. Like I was able to watch some of the things that were happening around the hospital, and I was able to ask questions. And then the nurses at the hospital made my experience useful because like even though nurses are busy all the time, they still took the time to like answer my questions I had and like showed me how things worked. And then overall, I think this like learning model worked well for me. But if I were to do it again, I might try to choose something more interactive where I could like kind of do more. So okay. So then, as a result of this, I'm more excited and confident about being a nurse. So next year, going to nursing school, I hope to learn more about labor and delivery, and I also want to thank Ms. Carlisle for helping me throughout this process and helping me set up my interviews and all that stuff. Any questions?
So we've talked a lot over the years. And what made you land on nursing? Because you had a lot of different ideas. So what made you ultimately land on nursing?
Well, I kind of always wanted to be a nurse, but I'm gonna be honest, I kind of just was like scared of the workload and the hours of being a nurse, like working late at night, and I don't know, I just felt like it was a lot. So I leaned away from that for a while, and then because I do a lot of like planning and like organizing things for my class, I thought I'd be good at like a marketing degree or like an event planner, which is what I started to lean towards. And I actually applied to all my schools as a marketing major. But after I had submitted all the applications, I was like, you know what, I want to be a nurse because I'm going to regret it in the future if I don't. So that's how I decided, and then I emailed all the colleges and changed my major, and yeah.
So, this is the real ones coming in the mail, but there's a grant program through JMG where students that do 40 hours of career exploration get a check for $500. So you hold this, and then I'm going to take a picture.
That's a big check.
I know.
She's right.
So, if you see something in the mail, don't think it's junk mail.
Okay.
Good job.
Hunter.
I'm Hunter Locke. I'm a 11th grader here. This is my experience with HVAC at Jelinas. My boss is right there. I'm interested in HVAC because I like hands-on work. My grandpa wanted me to do plumbing in HVAC before he died. He said, get into the field early. He was really big on that. That was what he wanted me to do. So I'm just kind of following in his footsteps. But my academic goal is to learn as much about boilers and heat pumps, including the piping and wiring. That's what I'm really big on, if I really want to learn. My personal goal is to follow through with this career, and also when I turn 18, I want to get all my licenses for HVAC and oil, heating, and my journeyman. My ELO host site was Jelinas HVAC Services. It's right on Gorham Road in Scarborough. It's a really great company. I interviewed Justin Zandon, my boss. He's the owner of Jelinas. He has been the owner for 9 years of Jelinas. He entered the HVAC field in 2016. From what I've learned from him, he's a really great guy, and he's really big on safety and providing excellent customer service. My career research after high school for HVAC. After high school, I want to get all my certifications and my degrees and learn as much as I can. The average cost for community college certification is $4,020 in-state and $7,666 out-of-state. The certification program takes 3 to 6 months. Associate's degree takes 2 years. Bachelor's degree takes 4 years. These are some of the college offers. I just looked at all the community colleges, but there's a bunch of different offers for all different types of things. SMCC offers a heating, AC, refrigeration, and plumbing associates and applied science degree. EMCC offers a refrigeration, AC, and heating technology associate's degree and certification. CMCC offers an HVAC technology associate's degree and HVAC technology certification. My reflection on my school year in HVAC, I started out going to Jelinas, not knowing anything about HVAC and how it worked, but I still don't know that much, but I'm learning every day more and more. But everyone I'm working with on installs is helping me learn so much. Bryson Grady taught me how to do duct work. Ethan and Caden taught me a lot of the tools names. Andrew and Owen have taught me how to run line sets and how to connect lines to a condenser by putting what colors where. Everyone I've worked with on job sites have made me feel included and part of a team. My conclusions and my future plans. I'm so grateful for this opportunity Justin has given me. I'm working on real jobs, learning how to be a good HVAC technician. I really want to follow through with this career. I feel like this job and career is perfect for me. Thank you, Ms. Carlisle, for helping me find Jelinus. I came to you one day and asked you to help me find a job in HVAC, and you were right on it. It only took 1 week to find Justin and Jelinus, and after I graduate and get all my licenses, hopefully one day I can tell you how far I've came along. But thank you, Justin, for this opportunity.
Aww.
You guys have any questions?
What does HVAC stand for?
Heating, ventilation, air conditioning. Any other questions?
What's your plan for next year?
Next year, I kind of want to take the class again.
He's trying to take it 3 times at once, so I'm like.
We'll talk.
But if I have the in class with you, I feel like that would help a lot more because we're meeting like once every 2 months.
That would, I would say, would be a challenge, right,
Yeah.
for this, was trying to find a time to meet, yeah.
Better work on that, Hunter. It gives people momentum rolling.
And this summer, what are you doing?
I'm working full time at Jelinus.
Oh, nice.
Justin gave me the job offer. And I'm pretty happy about that.
I know, actually, maybe Justin, you can come up and I can get a picture with you and Hunter also. Got his 40 hours and we'll get paid next.
We'll come to the next one.
So, don't hold me, you're gonna email me every time. Should probably have one of you guys be taking this picture and that's.
Do you want me to take it?
That's okay, I think I got it. Perfect.
Let's check on Crushed it.
I don't know.
So, my name is Elena Mahaney. I'm a sophomore here, and this is my ELO experience and my main med experience. So I volunteered at main med in the CICU, which is the cardiac intensive care unit. But when I was there, I talked to Kelly Davis, who's the volunteer manager, and she she told me I could be earning credit. So I emailed Miss Emerson, my guidance counselor, and she got me connected with Miss Carlisle. And yeah, so my future goals that we set during the ELO course, my first one, which is for 1 year, is to find a camper program over the summer related to medicine, which I have completed because I'm doing a camp at Tufts this summer, like a medical thing. And then my next goal was for 3 years, which was to get a few college credits by taking certain courses while a senior at SPHS, so like the dual enrollment with SMCC. And then my final goal was in 5 or more years, which I want to be a part of a disaster relief program or Doctors Without Borders as a medical professional. So this was my ELO host site. I volunteered at Main Med in the new Malone Family Tower on the 4th floor in the CICU, which is the cardiovascular intensive care unit. Pretty much what I did there was I kept the unit organized, so I just did restocking supplies, linens, just different stuff like plant watering, restocking the coffee station, snacks, and then just wiping things down. And then I also had small interactions with patients or family members or staff. So, informational interview. So I interviewed Shanna Gallagher, who is a CICU nurse at Maven, and I want to do ER nursing and travel nursing, but she was the closest I could get to that. So anyways, but she also worked in the ER, so we did a lot of comparing the ER to the CIC, which was really helpful. But some skills that she thought were helpful: being able to stay organized, good time management, emotional intelligence, and empathy. Especially because like in intensive care units you're seeing so much like death, and being able to like kind of connect with that but also not get too connected, like so being able to like balance that, which is kind of the emotional toll of the job. And yeah, so those are my takeaways, and then the similarities between this ER and CICU. We also did college research, so I picked 4 colleges. I compared Tulane, which is in New Orleans, Tufts in Massachusetts, Clemson in South Carolina, and NYU in New York. And so this was my table with the costs that I compared, but we also compared things like campus and like the social aspect and like programs that they offered. And I think in conclusion, I think that Tulane probably is the best bet for me, just because, well, I was also able to visit the campus during spring break because my cousin's a senior there, so she kind of showed me around, which was cool. But they also have a really great photography program, which I want to look into, and also they have a relatively new nursing school, so, and a lot of study abroad options. So I'm gonna look more into Tulane. So my reflection, challenges that I found during the ELO course was finding time to meet outside of school, so like during home base or before school. And then also it was definitely more independent compared to other classes, which was kind of challenging sometimes, but I also enjoyed that. What worked well? So I thought that like the work and just the projects that we did were really like fun and just easy in general because I'm like interested in the stuff I was learning about, and just the information and like the time was very valuable because I feel like kind of like the college research I'll definitely like, and kind of the stuff I learned while doing that I'll like take into consideration like later. So and it was a smaller group, which I also enjoyed because it was more just like personal like help issues. How are my main med contacts helpful? So just like, by that I mean like people at main med that kind of like help me through my volunteering. So like Kelly Davis, who's the volunteer manager, and just like the floor manager where I was volunteering, like those kind of people. So Kelly Davis helped to set up my interview with Shanna, and me and Shanna also talked about possibly shadowing in the CICU in the future, and everyone there just made my volunteering really smooth and something to look forward to. How did the learning model work? So I really enjoyed it. I thought that help and clarification was easily available, and the work was clear and also very enjoyable. So in conclusion, I'd like to thank Miss Emerson, my guidance counselor, for connecting me with Miss Carlisle, Miss Carlisle for helping me through the course, Kelly Davis at Main Med for allowing me to volunteer, Shanna Gallagher at Main Med for the interview, and Miss Creative, my home base teacher, for always letting me meet with Miss Carlisle during home base. And how did my class affect plans for the future? So going into the ELO class, I was more focused on like ER nursing and travel nursing, and I still want to do that, but I think I spent so much time in the CICU, and I also interviewed a CICU nurse, so I think that kind of like made me more interested in the cardiac field also, and just like the similarities between the CICU and the ER were very interesting. So yeah, and the healthcare ELO was a great way for me to earn more credits and start to really take like my future into consideration and take steps in that direction. Yeah. Questions?
I've always wanted to go into the medical field, and I think kind of my first experience with it was like I was really little and my mom had a surgery on her foot, and I kind of like I took all my stuffed animals and I like wrapped up their like with like toilet paper and stuff. And so I think kind of like from then I was really interested in it, and for a while it's been really focused on like kind of like I wanted to do like pediatrics and that kind of stuff, but I've like I think like 2 years I've been volunteering at Maine Med, and then I was able to shadow someone in the ER, so I've just but I've always kind of been focused with
what hospitals what hospital would you want to work at in the future? Do you have any in mind?
That's kind of what I want to do, travel nursing.
Yeah.
To like figure out where I want to
like settle down.
How long is is all types of nursing like the same amount of like years you have to go to school for?
No. So I think that ER is definitely more because it's more like generalized, but I'm really not sure. So.
Nice job. Okay, so we have 30 minutes exactly left, and I have 3 people left. So I just want to make sure we don't run into a time crunch at the end. So if we start to go too long, I might give you a little wave, okay? All right, Ariel, you're up.
I'm Ariel Miguel. I'm a junior. And I chose this project because I wanted to see if there was a possibility that I might want to choose one career over another, because I have 2 possible careers that I might want to focus on in the future, and I just don't know which one to choose yet. And I don't really have to, but I had a good time working on this project because it benefits my overall health and fitness. And then my plan was to create a fitness plan using AI, and then perform the fitness plan, and then put it back into AI over a period of time, and see how it can customize it and just make it better for me. And then I learned more about how staying on task is beneficial and helpful, and then staying committed and focused as well. This is for career in law enforcement, which is one of my possible career options. I interviewed our school resource officer, Officer Gray, for law enforcement. I'm still interested in law enforcement because it's been a possible career for me since I was young. The most interesting takeaway from this interview was how he talked about law enforcement. And sometimes maybe you might not see like a lot of officers like love their job, but he really does love his job and what he does every day. And I feel like my skills and value align with this field because Officer Gray talked about how you need to be patient, you need to be able to listen and just understand different points of views. And then he also talked about having a reason like behind wanting to like go after this field, or like having a reason behind being in law enforcement. And then for my second career is maybe coaching later, possibly. I don't know. I interviewed the soccer coach at CMCC, Coach Dalton Wing, and then the head coach of Kennedy Park FC, Coach Cross. And then I interviewed both of them because I wanted to see if I might want to pursue a career in coaching. And I would say that I'm still interested in this career, but at a much later point of my life. And then something that I can take away from these interviews was how they both talked about coaching. And then I said that it's also about like having a reason behind it and knowing why you wanted to do it. Otherwise you're gonna have a job that's like meaningless to you, and you're not gonna like want to do it, and you're gonna probably regret like pursuing it later in the future. So you're gonna get bored of it eventually. And then they also emphasized how being able to build relationships with people is important, especially your players if you're gonna be a coach. And then I feel that my skills align with this career because it's also about having patience again, and then knowing how to communicate well and being open-minded. Some challenges I faced with this were time management, clarity of idea for final project. I didn't know what I wanted to do for my final project. It took me like a really long time. And then staying on task and staying off my phone. And being able to confide in my teachers, as well as being able to communicate with people in the fields that I was interested in, was things that went well. And then being able to go to CMCC and explore the college was also really helpful. Ms. Carlisle was extremely helpful during this course, and just someone that I could go to for help. And then Officer Gray was also really helpful, and it was just nice to sit down and have a conversation with him. And then doing things on hand, working independently, and designing our own projects worked really well for me because I really like to do things hand-on instead of just sitting here. I get bored eventually, so. And then just Miss Emerson is not on here, but she was also really helpful to me. She's really been helpful to me ever since I got to South Portland, and I just want to thank her for that. And then Miss Carlisle as well. If I hadn't taken this course, I probably wouldn't have made as many connections as I did taking the course. And then Officer Gray again, and both coaches for allowing me to interview them. And my future plans, I'm not sure yet, but I'm pretty sure I have them narrowed down to just the 2 options. And this course helped me do that. So I took, so the fitness plan that AI gave me the first time, I just took 2 specific exercises, and then I put them into AI. Or I performed them first, and then I put them back into AI to see how it could make it like more efficient for me. And then these are just notes that I put in, and they gave me some feedback on them to like try and benefit me again, and just like help me or be more to benefit me more or better in the future. And that is all. Any questions?
All very good. Hold on, let me see if there are questions.
Oh, okay.
When you said coaching, are you thinking soccer?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any more questions? Okay.
Wow.
Have you thought about where you might want to do it after high school? So you're probably narrowing it down. So you're thinking maybe a police academy, maybe.
I was thinking, obviously, probably going pro for soccer is number 1 on my list, and then if that doesn't work out, then I would say law enforcement obviously is a second option on my list, and then later, like I said, probably coaching in the future.
Cool.
I don't want to coach like college. I'll say college is like maybe a little bit too difficult. So I'll say maybe start off young, and then maybe if I wanted to, I'd move up.
The coach from CMCC is also a police officer.
Oh,
yeah.
perfect.
I was supposed to interview
know that?
him as well. Miss Carlisle mentioned it like later.
Yeah.
But I was supposed to interview him as well, but then I just forgot about it.
Yeah.
It probably would have been really
You got
cool to
time.
interview.
Yeah.
And no more questions? Miss Emerson, one more?
Lots of questions for you.
Thank you very much.
That was great.
Thank you.
Good job.
Hi, I'm Hannah, I'm a senior at South Portland High School, which is here, and I worked I volunteered at Bright Horizons in Portland. My goals were, or my essential question was, what is the most important thing working in early childhood? Because you're working with many people, as I say. And then 2 of my goals were to apply to SMCC in the early childhood program, and then also to get a paid position in early childhood education. So, and I got into SMCC. So, my project was the most important trainings you're going to take if you're a teacher, especially like even like high school and also like really young, which is the mandated reporter training, then the CPR training, and then the road swimming qualities. And each of these trainings have a different point to them. So CPR is a little self-explanatory. Mandated reporter is like say something, say something. If you have a child in your care, where you expect a type of what's it called, like neglect, abuse, whatever. And then road swimming qualities is just like safety and healthcare. So Bright Horizons. I've been with them since January. I finished like a week ago. And I was an intern in a classroom with kids ages 3 to 4, and I helped prepare snacks. I ran errands. What else did I do? I cleaned the classroom when they were outside, because I feel like if you clean kids, it's like there's no point. I learned how to help with conflict and like redirecting them if there was like a argument or a bicker. They were really funny. And then I interviewed Amy, who is the executive director at Bright Horizons. She is so nice. I love her. I miss her. They cover everything, yes. And then my informational interview, there we go, was with Maggie Frigard. She is the SMCC early childhood program.
Like department chair or
thingy.
something, yeah.
She's been with SMCC for 33 years, which is a long time. The program is very small and focused. You learn about child development and how to teach them at different ages, because like a 4-year-old is totally different than like a 10-year-old or whatever. They take into consideration that kids have IEPs. Students see that if you want to do this program, it's very like, I don't want to say stern, but like it's very hands-on. You come prepared, and you can't just be like one day, I don't want to go anymore. No, you just can't do that. Students need to come like prepared and know that they want to be in this line of work to be a teacher. What else? Challenges. Okay, doing the mandated reporter training as a high school student was a lot taken. It was a very heavy topics, but somehow I came through it. Trying to
I think you're talking about when you're at Bright Horizons.
Oh yes,
Yeah.
yes. So like, I don't have a degree, so it's like, it's tricky-ish to go into an ELO and be like, you need a degree kind of way. But I did find stuff to do in my classroom. But it was a wee bit tricky occasionally at times. Also staffing, because they could not count me on ratio. For us, ratio is like 2 teachers per classroom. So that's why I was not counted to like bathroom breaks, water breaks. They could not count me when I got there, which was very tricky because I'm here, I'm a body in the room, but they can't count me. So when you walked into my classroom and you saw like 3 of us, because if I was there, but I was not on ratio. So they couldn't use me to cover one of my teachers. What else? What worked well? I got to really look into like what it's like to work with young kids, and get a hands-on experience rather than just sitting in a classroom in ELO and talking about it. I still love you. My hours worked for me as a high school student because they were very flexible. I worked 2 days a week, 3 to 5, and I mean, I could cancel at any point because I was not on ratio. I mean, I was sick for like 2 of those times. So I was just like, hey, I don't want to get anybody sick there because they're young children. So yeah, it definitely fit my schedule and everything. Thank you to Amy, who helped open my eyes really more into early childhood. Thank you to my teachers in my classroom who let me do like the littlest of jobs. I want to thank Ms. Carlisle for being my ELO teacher and really pushing me out of my comfort zone. And really opening my eyes to what to do after graduation. Lastly, I want to thank my students from the school I worked at because they're young kids and they're hilarious. And I'll never forget them. I worked in a room with like anywhere from like 17 to 20 kids. And then lastly, I want to really like keep Bright Horizons. I think that, oh wait, no it's not, I lied. I plan on attending SMCC in the fall. My major will be in early childhood. I plan on getting an associate's degree. I may go higher, you never know. I'm still in high school.
Please pardon this interruption. Maya Stiviletti, please come to the main office. That's Maya Stiviletti.
Is that rescinded?
Do you have a sense of what grades? I know early childhood, but like, what is your favorite age?
First to second, I like them.
Yeah.
Probably first. I like them really young.
Yeah.
If not, even like daycare. Yeah. Questions? Ellie?
Did you like the 3 to 4-year-olds?
Oh, I love them. Oh my god, kids are hilarious. I mean, I had any kid who would be like, "You want to see my cat?" I'm like, "Sure." That's great. Any more?
You did a great job.
Yeah, good job.
Alright. I feel like we should clap for you before, because waiting to go last is so hard. You did
Hi, my name is Lila, and I'm a sophomore, and I did an extending learning opportunity with Maine Medical Center. I thought pursuing this ELO would better prepare me to work in the hospital, and see how that works, and I could really watch the nurses and doctors from the side and see how they worked. I did a project with goals, and I did a goal from a year from now, which is to have strong connections with multiple colleges that have a really good nursing program and volleyball program. My goal from 3 years is to have excelled in high school and be a part of a really good nursing program and volleyball program. And my goal from 5 years to now is to either be working in the NICU or somewhere in the healthcare field. My ELO host site was Maine Medical Center, and I volunteer in the Hospital Outer Life program, which is also known as the HELP program. My role in the HELP program was to visit patients and ask questions like their pain level, motility, sleep schedule, and appetite. And I would also ask about their hobbies, and just I would play games with them if they wanted. But yeah. I did an informational interview with a peds nurse, and her name is Nicole, and she works in the Maine Medical Center, Malone Family Tower 1. She's a level 2 staff nurse, and a skill she believes leads to most success in this field is curiosity, because you have to want to know more, and because you're constantly learning more. One thing that was really eye-opening to me is that you have to understand that it's their trauma and not yours. And yes, you're experiencing something very sad happening, but then again, you have to go home and take care of yourself and kind of leave work in the past until you go back for your next shift. Another thing I took away is that nursing is a great field because you can determine how burnt out you are, because you could always go to front desk, but then again, if you did want to go higher, you could go back to school to be a doctor. I did an informational interview with a NICU nurse as well, and her name was Linda Brady. She works at Maine Medical Center in the NICU, Cologne Family Tower 3. She's the nurse manager of the neonatal intensive care unit and continuing care nursery. A few skills she believes leads to success is having staff respect you, respect your staff, they respect you, not asking your staff to do stuff that you wouldn't do yourself, and being honest with your staff. Sometimes you have to ask your staff to do stuff that you wouldn't normally tell them to do, but it is what is right. One thing that was really eye-opening is that you have to understand that it was not their plan to be there at all. They planned to be in the hospital for a few days, go home and take care of their baby on their own, but instead they're relying on these doctors and nurses to take care of their baby, and they have to sit there and watch that, and it's really hard for them, and so you have to get down on their level and speak to them in terms that they'll understand. Another thing I took away is that your coworkers are your caregivers, so if you're having a really hard time getting through a shift, your coworkers are always there to have your back and push you through that shift. I did college research, and I researched St. Joseph's, Ohio University, and UMass Boston, and I wanted to compare them with prices just to see how they were different in that way. And I believe that St. Joseph's is the best fit for me because as of right now, it is my backup college because it has a beautiful campus, a really good nursing program and volleyball program. A challenge I faced during my ELO was patients not really willing to open up to me or talk to me, even with the 4 basic questions I had. Some things that worked really well was just being super outgoing, super friendly, and just having them know they could talk to me. Nurses were very helpful when they could give me a heads up and be like, hey, this patient might not be in the mood today, so then I could plan accordingly before going into the room. This did work well for me when I was aware the patient might not be willing to talk because, like I said, I could plan accordingly. One thing I learned from this experience is that you have to force patients, but you can't overforce them. So you have to kind of say things differently and multiple times, but after a few times they've rejected, you just have to be like, okay, that's okay. A big challenge I faced was patients being rude. A thing that worked well was, again, just being super friendly. The patients don't want to be there, and one conversation could really make their day. This learning model did work well for me because it was very hands-on, and I was able to talk to patients, work with patients, but then again, watch the nurses and the doctors work. When volunteering, it was really helpful when I kept my mind open and positive because I would get annoyed when the patients were rude, but I had to remember that I would probably be acting the same way. I just want to say thank you and give a big shout out to Will Hackett. Anytime I was annoyed, he always kept me positive and made me remember that I would be acting the same way. I want to give another thank you to Ms. Carlisle for making this happen for me, helping me through the long paperwork, and letting me know that this was an option. And I want to thank Ms. Emerson for being flexible with me and Ms. Carlisle in the hours and the credit. Thank you to the 3 of you for making my main med experience a positive experience. I'm still interested in working in the hospital, but not with the elderly. My future plans are to continue to volunteer in the hospital and take classes that better prepare me for nursing school. Does anyone have any questions?
What made you want to go into nursing?
So I've always loved kids, and I knew I wanted to go in a field with kids, but I thought about it, and I wanted to also help kids. So like in the NICU, I wanted to be able to help babies and make them be able to live on their own, and I thought it was just a really heartwarming field. Ms. Emerson?
You had mentioned that oftentimes nurses would have to tell their staff to do hard things. Can you give me an example of like
sometimes if a baby just really isn't doing well and like they're just not progressing at all, sometimes they just kind of have to pull the plug and like.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm staring at it.
I know.
I thought you were gonna say like you're gonna have to clean up. That was really good, Lana.
Thank you.
Great.
Thank you.
All right. That was awesome. You all did great, and we made it. 219.
Good job, guys. Good job.
Hello.
Yay. You guys did great.
Good job.
You were such a good job.
You're right, Sean.
Yay.
For what?
For each one. Okay. Good? Okay. Awesome. All right, you're good to go.
My name is Wiley. I'm a 11th grader at South Portland High School, and I've been inspired to do this landscaping project because I like making properties look nice. And for this project, I got to renovate an area in the courtyard. So I think this will be a really good project for the school to give people a new place to hang out and do all sorts of things from there. So none of this project was really new to me or my friend Raymond, who helped me out. We both kind of knew what we were doing, what we wanted to do, and we made it happen. We have no complaints. So this is kind of what it looks like all finished up. We finished it yesterday, and some of the challenges that I had while doing this was not having like enough supplies and resources to get it done as quick as I wanted to. This project took us like 3 or 4 weeks to do, and it could have taken us a few days. But I'm still grateful that Ms. Ferrante supplied us with the supplies that we had. And for my job shadow, I interviewed Nick Tamaro from Tamaro Landscaping. I was able to ask a bunch of questions about starting my own landscaping business while also getting myself a part-time job at Tamaro. And while I'm not working at Tamaro, I'm focusing on my own clients that I have and working on their properties. Some of the key things that he told me about starting my own business was that clients are key and you want to be their first and only option. I'm thankful for the opportunities this class has given me. I thank Ms. Carlisle and Ms. Ferrante for being helpful and supportive during my ELO projects. I'm also very grateful that I was able to get a job with a landscaping company in Cape. This class has really helped me get a better look into my future. That's it. Questions?
How long did it take you from start to finish to do the project at the courtyard?
Probably like 3 or 4 weeks.
Okay.
Because I remember one of the weeks I went away on vacation and this still wasn't done.
You didn't have people to do the work for you?
Riley, what are your plans for this summer?
I'm planning on getting a full-time job at Tamara and working with them for a little, see how I like it.
Any other questions?
Do you know what you planted?
What I planted?
Yeah. Or
No,
is it just like...
we didn't really plant anything in the area. We kind of just like dug out the area of the bed and shaped it out and then laid down the mulch and picked the weeds. Okay, is that all?
You're good. Great job. Watch the cord really go off at once.
Hello, good morning. My name is Patricia Cruz. I'm a junior at South Portland High School. And my ELO class, project, it's about real estate. I had one of the amazing opportunity to interview two of the amazing brokers, Maddie and Lisa. And since I was a kid, I was wondered, how's it like to sell a house or buy a house? I had one of the amazing opportunity to interview both of them. Maddie's the owner of the Landing Real Estate, and Lisa is the owner of the Landing Real Estate, and Maddie is the associate broker. And my essential question was, what does it take to be successful as a real estate agent? I had the opportunity to talk to them, and they showed me how's a typical day. Well, they pretty much, in the morning, they spend time in the office, and then they meet with clients in the afternoon, and then in the evening, they collect information and upgrade. They upgrade and handle offers with clients. And I had one of the amazing opportunity to make a market analysis. It was one of the projects that I was doing a couple of weeks ago, that I needed to compare two different places, and I chose California and Atlanta. And I was looking for a safe neighborhood, a good location for school, and mostly a friendly neighborhood. And we can see the prices in Atlanta, Georgia is much cheaper than in California if you want to buy a house there. And this was my other project that we needed to create like a template for a house, and I decided to choose a Scarborough, a house under $600,000 with 3 bedrooms. It's a good house. Reflection. Challenges that I faced doing this project, I would say, was time management, because I was not available all the time, and like meeting with Maddie and Lisa, they were really easy throughout the week. And something that I learned is I really gained knowledge in real estate, really wanted to know how it works, and really future plan. Well, after high school, I'm going to college, getting my business degree. And I'm planning to get my real estate license after college. And that's all. I just wanted to thank Maddie and Lisa for helping me in this project. You guys have any questions?
Patricia, I think you have a question.
Tracy, what was your favorite part of the project?
I would say meeting with people that really understand about the real estate market. That was really cool.
Patricia, on the projects that you did, the marketing flyer that you created, I know that Maddie gave you some great advice. What were some things do you remember that she gave you for feedback of how you can make those materials stand out even more to a buyer?
I would say she said to put less text on it and more photos, and I'd say instead of putting a lot of unnecessary things, just necessary things like the phone number, email, and the website of the real estate company, and more photos of the house, I would say.
Did you look at like a local market analysis? I saw the one in Scarborough, but did anything surprise you about the comparisons across the country?
I would say it's was like a good location, so not that expensive and really safe for, especially if we've got family and kids. It's a good place to live, and it's for someone else who's looking for a house under $600,000.
I think you're
Bro, wasn't that bad. Oh shoot, I'm up.
You get to go next, man.
Isn't that kind of alright? You know, whatever. Alright.
That's okay.
So how do I just have the
Hit the arrows, yeah.
Okay. Alright. I'm Ben. Just like Patricio, I also did real estate. Just a quick Just a quick introduction. My name's Ben Christensen. I'm a senior here at South Portland High School. I participate in track and cross country. I've been doing JMG all 4 years. And I got to learn a lot about like different career paths, from like lawyer to real estate and like every career path. But real estate stood out to me. What inspired me, I have some family members who live in California who like are real estate agents and whatnot. So like as a young kid, when I'd go to visit them, they'd like bring me to open houses and like talk a lot about their job. And I always thought it was kind of interesting, you know? Some of my goals for learning more about this career path is like just to better understand like the world of real estate, like not even just the financial part, like all of it, and just how to be more productive. Real estate question, my essential real estate question was how like my soft skills would be a good fit for me, like becoming a real estate like agent, and like how like my personality and like my characteristics, I guess, would like play into the role of like selling houses and meeting with people and whatnot. And I found out, I mean, I'm a people person, and real estate, you know, if you're selling houses and meeting with new families, or like even anybody who's like considering buying a new house, you have to be like open and patient and whatnot. And I'd say I'm a pretty good fit, hopefully. Who I got to interview. One of the people I got to interview was Lauren, and she's the owner of Sopo Cottages. She flips and restores older houses and brings them back to their former glory. When I got to interview her, me and Patricio, we actually got to like visit. She was in the middle of constructing this house on Haven Road. If you know Red's Ice Cream, it's like right near Red's Ice Cream. She was in the middle of like flipping the house, and I got to revisit her when the house was all finished. These are actually some pictures of what it looks like now. She like painted the whole outside and flipped the whole inside and like redid the whole kitchen and everything. It was really cool. I'm glad I got to meet with her and talk about what it takes to actually like flip and restore houses. I thought that was really cool. I also got to meet with Lisa and Maddie. Like Patricio said before, Lisa owns Landing Real Estate and is a broker, and Maddie is an associate broker. I got to meet with them and talk about, you know, what like a day in the life is of being like part of their team, and what it takes to sell and buy houses. Now you have to memorize like all these different like numbers and whatnot. I thought that was also pretty cool, pretty fun. These are some of my projects. Like Patricio shared, we had to make a social media post, and then like, I guess this was like a post that you'd see like a flyer for like a house sale. I got some pretty good feedback, especially on the social media one. You want more pictures and less words, because nowadays I guess when you're scrolling through Facebook or Instagram or whatever, you're not going to be reading a whole paragraph like I wrote. Well, it's not. It's like 3 cents. But you just want to show more pictures of the house, and then also add the company name. I just put like a random person. But for my flyer, she said it was pretty good. I just need to tweak a couple of things, like maybe the name, instead of just double Y mobile home, just say like put the actual address. But other than that, Maddie said this was pretty good. This is like typically what you'd see. And then I got to see some examples of what they actually use to sell houses, like for the flyers and social media posts. I thought that was pretty cool. They have their own like template on Canva and everything. Reflection, I changed this. I don't know if it updated, but I just wanted to say thank you for everybody who I interviewed. Some of them are here today. And thank you, Miss Carlisle, for, you know, being here all 4 years, I guess. And then as I look back on everything I've learned about, you know, different career paths and real estate in general, and with all the knowledge I've gained, I'm excited to, you know, go to the future and study business and real estate in college. That's all. Well, yeah, questions, but yes.
And did you have one part of what you learned about real estate that you found most interesting? Because it seemed like flipping, selling the day-to-day, and marketing.
I thought the flipping was pretty cool. I didn't know, like, so if I go back, Lauren, so she obviously runs it, but she has like a smaller crew. So when I went to visit her, it was like 2 or 3 people, and like I thought it was a big company and she had 100,000 employees or doing all the work, but she's not only the face, she actually like does the work. When I went, she was like wearing a whole like suit and had like knee pads on, and she's like walking down the stairs with like a mask on because she was like sanding stuff, and I was like, whoa. But she does it one at a time also, which now that I think about it makes more sense. But I thought that was a pretty cool part. Like she was showing us how to like lay down the tile for the bathroom and everything. I thought that was pretty cool. Oh shoot. Any more questions? All right.
Hello, I'm Zoe Kieser. I'm a senior here at South Carolina High School, and my ELO was on machine sewing and embroidery. My inspiration and my goals for this ELO were to acquire a new skill in clothes making. I already knew how to knit and crochet, but I wanted to learn how to sew as well, specifically machine sewing. And I wanted to develop my clothes making and design skills. My essential question was, how can learning to sew benefit you more than just knowing how to sew and being able to make clothing? What sort of skills and abilities can you grow and develop? My project was to design and create a vest for my prom outfit from scratch. It was a long process. I'll go more into that process in a minute. But through that, I learned and developed a lot of skills, like persistence. There were times when I was making the vest when I didn't feel like doing a part of it or wasn't feeling inspired, but I had to push through to get it done. Problem solving and flexibility. Not everything went exactly as planned throughout the process, and I had to either be flexible with it being different than I thought it would be or solve the problems that occurred. And time management, which is probably the one I struggled with the most. I mean, for one, it's just a pretty big project, and I had a shorter time frame, but I also sort of dragged my feet at the beginning and ended up rushing at the end. For the process, first I bought and collected materials. I got a sewing machine and lots of tools from the school, which I'm grateful about. And then I went out and got the fabric and thread that I needed for my specific project. Then I made the pattern using a tutorial I found online, and then I sewed the vest. I sewed the outside and the lining separately, and then put them together and closed everything up, and then added the buttons. And finally, I embroidered the vest. My informational interview was with Julie Phipps, who does costume design and is on the costume committee at Lyric Theater in South Portland. I also got to go on a tour of Lyric Theater, so that was pretty neat. I learned a lot about the costume design process from her, but I also learned like the differences between clothes making and costume design. For one, sourcing materials. Probably when you make clothes, you're going to get something from a store, like the fabric, the thread, or a piece of clothing to start with. But with costume design, you usually use things that you already have, because it doesn't make as much sense if you're making 20 costumes for a whole cast of people to buy everything brand new. And the amount of sewing and the sewing skill level, is different, because with costume design, Julie said it's a lot of like whip stitch, like very simple stitching, and sometimes they don't even sew anything. They use tape or pins to hold pieces together. But with clothes making, you're making something to last longer, and you're probably using more complicated sewing skills. The resourcefulness and flexibility is different as well. You have to be a lot more flexible with costume design, as you usually have a set budget that you can't go over, so you have to be a bit more flexible. You can't have every single piece in detail exactly as you want it. And then the focus when designing. With clothes making, you're either making a piece sort of on its own or to go with a specific outfit. But with costume design, you have to consider the piece in like the whole context of the outfits, the cast, like the time period the play or musical is set in, those sort of things. Overall, I think that the greater challenges with this ELO were learning to use the sewing machine. I had never used a sewing machine before, so it was definitely a learning curve, but I think I managed at the end. Time constraints, as I said before, time management was a bit of a struggle, and a lack of a mentor that knew how to sew. I was able to find things online and sort of teach myself some things, but having someone that already had known how to sew would have made the process a bit quicker. But there were plenty of successes. Sort of specifically the buttonholes of the project. I was a bit concerned when I got to that part because I realized that the sewing machine has an automatic buttonhole maker, but that I didn't have that piece, so I would have to make it manually. But I found a tutorial and it turned out way quicker and easier than I thought it would. The modifications, like I put a dart in the back at the end and adjusted the sides to fit better. And I was worried that I'd mess up the whole piece right at the end of the project, but it turned out totally fine. And the less structured timeline of the ELO, sort of the more open-ended assignments and deadlines, worked very well with my project. Looking forward, after high school, I'd like to get into costume design in college theater. I already participate in theater here in high school, and I'm planning on continuing doing that. And now that I know how to sew and know more about costume design, I think that trying out costuming in college would be interesting. And of course, I'm going to continue to make more clothing. I wanted to thank my mom and my dad for helping me throughout this whole process, sourcing materials, helping me pin and iron things, moral support. They've been very helpful. And I want to thank Lyric Theater, Julie Phipps for the interview and the tour, Ms. Carlisle for being an amazing ELO teacher, and all the people on YouTube that posted tutorials that I wouldn't have been able to do this without. Yeah, questions?
I do have a question. Your next project, what do you see for yourself? That you say you want to continue sewing. What do you see as your next project?
Well, I recently got a different vest, and I'm planning on making alterations to fit it better, and maybe making things, maybe not clothing items, but different, a bag or a pillow or a stuffed creature. Yes.
How much does it cost, in total, in all the bags?
I think all the materials cost around $100. So, yeah. But I didn't have to buy a sewing machine, so that would count for part of it.
So it looks like you got the vest to fit really well. Was that a lot of trial and error, or how was that process?
Well, the design, the tutorial I used to make the pattern had different, it was different depending on what your measurements were, so I was able to fit it to my measurements, and then I made adjustments at the end to fit it better. Yes.
The embroidery is absolutely beautiful. How did you choose to do that particular pattern? Did you just think it was pretty, or was there some other reason?
Yeah, when I was practicing embroidering before working on this, I really liked doing floral designs, so I wanted to do something related to that. All right.
Mustafa.
Hi, my name is Mustafa. This class, this year, whatever, In ELO, I chose to market it because, you know, one day I was just like, I like marketing. And now I'm here showing ELO to everybody. Well, not everybody, but as many people as I can. So, yeah, that's what this is about. So, first of all, I just want to say, ELO was a blast. Like, my classes had such, like, it was small, but not too small. It had just enough people to be like, wow, this feels like an actual family, like not a corny like job, like we're all a family here. It's nothing like that. It was like genuinely like we were so comfortable with each other. I never felt like, you know, weird to laugh out loud in a silent classroom. It was great. I got to talk to the other classmates, and I got to interview them too, which is really cool. I just always felt comfortable, and I had a lot of fun connecting with them. And the reason I chose marketing was, you know, I love psychology. Psychology was really cool to me, but I didn't really, you know, have a way to tap into it without, you know, having it be too much like, I don't want to do therapy. I need therapy. I can't just, right? So I like being creative. I like coming up with stuff. Like, you know, an ad, I can make an ad. I can make a script. I like writing. I love writing. But I don't want to slave away at a desk, you know, all the time because my brain just shuts down. So, you know, I was in a comfortable space with Miss Carlisle, you know, all these classmates that I had, you know, this semester, last semester, and, you know, I was really grateful. And honestly, the sole reason I chose marketing was one day I was at work and I just, you know, this guy was leaving. He was like, oh yeah, I'm quitting. And I was like, why? He was like, I'm going into marketing. And he was like, or I said, what can you do in marketing? And he just told me anything. So, you know, that kind of just made me feel like, you know, I want to do that. I want to do anything. That sounds cool. And I may or may not have forgot the essential question, but that's okay because I know everything. I don't have to ask anything. That's fine. So basically, I interviewed 2 students this year. One of them is right here, Anna. She did a little bit of dental health, figured out it wasn't her thing. Then she tapped into interior design, and, you know, she figured out she liked that, which is really cool. It really shows what ELO is, because ELO shows you, like, you know, you could have gone to, like, school, you know, studied dental health, and just been like, this sucks. I spent all that money, all that time. This just sucks. I hate it. But now you know you like interior design. You won't spend all that money, all that time, just, you know. And I also interviewed Donovan. He was interested in firefighting. He got to go over to the station, and he was, you know, he was in a kind space where he was just taught what, you know, like the daily life of a firefighter and like tactics. He was also offered a job opportunity, which is really cool. That really shows like how you can prep for the future. So I also forgot to mention, Anne also did go to a dentistry, and she also went to Nicola's home, I think it was. Yeah, so she got to go there and get some hands-on experience, which is really cool. That's what I like about ELO. I also got to interview the South Portland communications officer. So cool. She's like, I guess, the marketer of South Portland. She controls the social media page. And she kind of just, you know, talked to me. It was kind of professional. You know, I didn't really like that. I kind of wanted to, you know, have a fun time. But, you know, whatever. Need professionalism sometimes. Yeah, she was just like, she was telling me, yeah, you have to, something, I forgot, I don't know. Who cares? But we do have the JMG Vice President of Innovation, Development, and Communications. She was so cool. You know, not to bring Sarah D down. She's cool, right? But it's Charity West. She really showed me like what it's about. Like she sat down with me. She cussed. So cool. You know, that's something so small but so cool. I love that. She was so comfortable, and she just really went into it. I made a whole slide about it. That's how much I appreciated it. But yeah, she definitely gave me like a special experience in the interview, and she taught me that work isn't all just money. It's not all just like, oh, I just need to do this, go get money, whatever. She actually started off as, I believe it was a soil scientist, and when she figured out that the information she was giving to the company, government, whatever thingamabob, they were not using it to benefit people. They were using it for money, which she didn't like, and she was like, no, I hate this. I'm gonna go work for a nonprofit. So she decided to do that for a little bit. Then she got recognized by the JMG chair, and now she's there. Now she's like big and important. But basically the interview, she really like went into detail, just went on about, it takes time. You can't rush things. Like, you're not going to be rich and famous at the age of 20 unless you're lucky. It's not going to be just like an instant thing. You're not going to get everything you want immediately. And if you give it time, anything is possible. It's not going to happen, tomorrow. But if you just keep trying, don't give up. Anything is possible. That's really all it takes, just trying. And yeah, I just said it twice. That's but what I've done in ELO with all this help I've gotten, all these interviews, all this support, and comfortability, I was able to make social media posts about ELO to the South Portland High School social media page on Instagram, which is really cool. Love that. And I also made a ELO page that's going up on the website, the school website, which is really cool. Should be up before we graduate, which is awesome. And I also made flyers and a poster board. Don't know if you guys seen it. It's like a big red, bulletin board. It has like ELO stuff. Someone messed it up. Don't know who. I hate you. I also wrote an entire article about ELO, and it's posted on the Portland Press. This is what the QR code is for. If you scan this, you can read the article. I may or may not be locked behind a subscription wall, which I'm sorry. But, pay like $20 a month to read articles. Okay, so marketing for ELO, showing people, what ELO is, it taught me like more about myself and more about others. Like right here, I don't know I did this as a little extra, but to show my shock of how much like I've done this year. I've learned more about people, more about psychology, how to reach out to people, what looks good to people, and I've learned just more about like, what people want, like what's, pleasing to the ears, eyes. And I've literally, Charity just dropped inspirational life quote after inspirational life quote, just back to back to back. And I mean, like, I don't know, those still stick with me. Like, all those, just on the spot. I can't believe she could do that. It's kind of crazy. But, I've also learned how to talk to people better. Like, I think maybe last year I would have been up here like, hey, guys, this is my thing. I would have been, like, just like that. I could not speak out to people. And I've learned how to prepare for my future, which is really important. I want, like, a wife and kids. I can't be a bum. Got to do something. So, yeah. And yeah, I hope you guys have a great summer. I really love this class. This was probably one of my favorites just overall throughout the school year, and I'm so grateful that Ms. Carlisle was able to give me the opportunity to market for ELO, which is really cool. It wasn't even my idea. She was just like, oh yeah, why don't you become my marketer? And I was like, okay. And honestly, just thank you to everybody, like Ms. Sabisky. I'm so glad she came here. Honestly, like all my teachers, all like the friends I've made along the way really helped me like push to where I am. Let's see if I have questions. No, I don't. Okay. Questions, possibly. No questions. Oh, okay.
Can you explain more how you think psychology plays into marketing?
Okay, yeah, awesome question. I think honestly, there's a lot of things. Might be a little bit too much to go into, but basically, the things I learned was, if you want to do a social media post, for example, right, you have to do something that isn't like word-filled. Nobody wants to read that. You're not going to read an article on some random, like, something you've just never heard of. You're not going to sit there and read an article. You want to just see pictures. You want to see examples. You want to see what is happening. You don't want to just sit there and be like, ELO is a great thing. It helped this, blah, blah, blah. You don't want to do that. You're not going to sit there. You want to see examples. This is Anna. She's at the dentistry. This is Donovan. He's at the fire station. You want to see that. You want to be like, oh my God, I want my kid to do this, or I want to do this, or I want my students to do this. You're going to want those examples. You don't want to just sit there and read this long article that you just gave up on halfway. Just like, Nobody wants to do that. So psychology, just honestly thinking of what people want to see, what people aren't going to give up on midway through, like seeing a boring ad that's like 30 seconds long, just like slow pacing, you just don't like it. You're not going to want to watch that ad. It's going to be boring. You're just going to be waiting for the skip ad thing to pop up. Yeah, so psychology is a really big thing if you want people to stick to it and really understand what you're trying to show them. It's a great question. Thank you. Any more?
You seem to have learned like a ton of life skills, and which is so awesome, just through the project. And I'm just wondering do you feel like marketing is for you? Are you going to pursue that, or did you discover that it isn't for you?
That is a great question. I didn't even mention it. I'm going to college to study business and marketing because I really love it. At first, I really thought I wanted to be an author and write stories, but I figured out, like sitting there, I always got these mental blocks because I was just sitting there writing, and at one point I'd just be like, I don't know where to go from this. But like making ads, social media posts, like having these short stories that I can make, these short creative ideas that I can, create. It really it puts that creativity, that interest in psychology, and that honestly I really want to just show things to people. I want to reach out to people, like show what I can make to others. And whether that's through ads, that's through posts, that's through even content creating. I don't think I want to do that. I'm more of an office guy, but even just like anything that reaches out to other people and shows them what I'm promoting, what I do, what I've created. I really love it. So I think marketing is for me.
What I hear in that is that you're bringing in experience to people, and that's really cool. I think that's a good perception.
I just love like bringing all this stuff, like my experience, like from trying out Ms. Sadisky's class, like all these stories. I love story writing, and when that doesn't work out for me, I take all these little aspects that I've learned, from everywhere, from this classroom to that classroom, put it in there, and then promote ELO so other people can get some experience for themselves. So I'm not the only one that, figured all this out. Just really bring everything together. It's awesome. Any questions? Is that a question? Okay.
Oh yeah, Carlos.
I know.
Yeah, hi, my name is Carlos, and I chose sport journalist. Goals for ELO was learning how to come up with good questions, learning how to make the person that's interviewed feel comfortable, and also learn how to make a good article. The special question was, what's the most important skill to becoming a good sport journalist? For me, was trying to create an environment where the actually that interview feel comfortable and they can express their thoughts and opinions. Our first project, I had a chance to sit down with the former sport journalist, Mr. Mr. Barner, and he gave me some advices. One of those advices was, since I speak multiple language, I should use that as an advantage. And my interview with Coach Shelby and Mr. Arnold, the process was fun. First I come up with the Scott questions. I look up online, watching other interviews, interviewing athletes, and then after I'm done with that, after that I interviewed them and I took notes for the article. Reflection. It was great, and Scott was great, and interviewing Scott athletes and coaches. One challenge that I faced was during my interview with Coach Henry. I was nervous because I thought I was wasting his time because he's 30 years old. If you meet with this interview, might be wasting his time. And one thing that went well was was me taking notes for the article. And conclusion is, my plan after high school is to pursue a career in sports journalism. And also next year, I'm planning on taking, it's called broadcast class next year. I would like to thank Mr. Berner for helping me. Any questions?
Can you go backwards a little bit to your articles, please?
This one?
Next one, right here. Okay. So, because you kind of breezed by this really quickly, and I want people to understand all the hard work that you did. So, you said you came up with questions and you did your research, and then tell us who Coach Hanley is.
And he is a coach for lacrosse.
The boys varsity lacrosse.
Yeah.
Yep. And then how did you make your article? What's it look like and where did it go?
What'd you say?
Where did your article get posted?
It's called the school website.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And how did you structure your article? Do you remember?
It's like I ask them questions and they answer the questions basically. Yeah.
And then maybe I'm sure there's some people here who don't know who Arno is. Like, why did you pick him to interview? And
because he's a superstar. Basically, yeah.
What does he do for a sport?
He's a track athlete. That's right. Yeah, that's right.
And which of those interviews, like which one was harder or easier?
The harder one was Coach Henley. The easiest one was Arno because I know him, so it was easier to interview him.
And you had to interview Coach Hanley on the phone too, which was
yeah, I forgot about that too.
But we came up with like a really good hack to kind of help you. Remember when we were talking about taking notes? What did you do to?
I used what's it called, transcript?
Transcription, yeah.
Yeah.
So tell us about that.
So basically, I was recording, and then when I asked them questions, like, I know how to explain it, but like, what's called when I asked them questions, like, I know how to explain it.
Yeah, you were going to say like AI basically.
Yeah.
Like puts it into text, right?
Yeah, basically, yeah. That's it, right? Questions?
I have a question. If you could choose to be a specific type of sports reporter, is there a type of sport that you prefer to
Basketball. Basketball. Yeah. Who? What? Okay.
I think we stopped with the question.
What was it like, writing the articles? Like, did you have to sit there for grueling hours, like, trying to figure out how to structure it, or was it easy?
It was easy.
Was it like a process of figuring it out?
That was pretty easy for me.
You just, that's it? It's just easy?
Yeah, it was easy.
Well, you made some choices, remember? Like you had like your questions and answers, and we were going to try and make it into an article, and then we decided not to. Tell us a little bit about that. Do you remember how when we got the transcript and you had like the questions and the answers? Like sometimes there'd be all these funny words in there that AI thought they were saying, and you had to kind of edit those.
Mm-hmm.
But we decided like question and answer was easier than making an article and just summarizing it, right?
Yeah. That's it.
Mr. Brenner?
Oh, John, go ahead, John.
I was wondering, like, what inspired you to be a sports journalist?
Scott, what's his name? Stephen Nate.
Stephen.
He's a funny guy, man. I love him. That's it.
Hello everybody, I'm Destiny Peter and I'm in 11th grade. I decided to look into sports psychology, which is basically a field of psychology which focuses on the mental aspect of sports and athletes. I chose this project because as an athlete myself, I know that sports is not just physically draining, but it can also be mentally draining. My inspiration for this project was to expand my knowledge about prioritizing mental health as an athlete. And I chose Kobe Bryant as my inspiration also because he was a person that preached and valued mental health as an athlete. He talked about having Mamba mentality, which is persevering through challenging times. And my essential question for this project was, how can a mental health journal help athletes manage pressure and improve their performance through journaling? So I chose sports psychology because I'm interested in helping athletes develop their mental skills. For my project, I created a journal, and my original idea was to have goals set for athletes to use before and after practices, but I decided to change it and make it more into something that revolved around building mental strength. I felt like having goals before and after games, especially if it was bad, I myself as an athlete wouldn't want to have to write down negative things that I've done. So I just decided to make it more about developing mental strength. So for my project, with the knowledge that I've gained from learning about sports psychology, I've created a journal for specifically high school students because once you get into the collegiate level of sports, that's more when you get sports psychologists. And like high school, there's not a specific resource for sport athletes. So I decided to create a journal that's kind of like a sports psychologist itself for high school athletes. And I named it Clarity because I want athletes to feel relieved after using it. And it's focused on mental skills to have better focus, being able to be more confident as an athlete, and just develop as a person. It includes weekly themes, Monday through Sunday, and it just has short daily exercises for athletes to stay mentally strong. It includes goal settings, gratitude, breathing exercises, etc. And it just takes 15 minutes out of a person's day to use. We're just focused on Monday for this one. It's basically Monday, which is reset and refocus. Its main goal is to help a player clear their head before school practices or games and just lock in on goals. There's a morning check-in, which is 7 to 8 minutes, and it includes like how the athlete slept, pre-game breathing exercises that they could use in the morning or during intense situations, and then a visualization of the day where they can just envision themselves doing something good for themselves. And then there's a lock in their goals where they can just set mental goals for themselves. There's also affirmations where they could either pick what's on the journal or they could create their own. And then there's a night check-in, which is 6 to 7 minutes, where they could just reflect on their day, have gratitude checks, and just have an overall reflection. And then the last page of the journal is a clear their head, where they could either free write or record themselves, just anything they have on their minds, they could just put onto the paper or record for themselves. And then I have why it's helpful, including how it helps with better sleep, it has less emotions being built up, and it creates a strong mindset. For my project, I've interviewed John Furbush, which is, he's over there. He's the Bates men's head basketball coach, and he shared how coaching is about building trust and being able to help players open up emotionally. I've also interviewed Jim Carcanes. He's the sports psychologist at USM, and he explained how small mind shift changes like positive reframing can lead to big changes in performance. I also interviewed Tom Biscup. He's the UMaine girls basketball assistant coach, and he's taught me the phrase, "so what, now what?" which is a mindset athletes can use to recover from mistakes and refocus. And then I've interviewed Julie Sinclair. She's the JMG regional director, and she was also coaching for Bowdoin and Kobe basketball. And she shared a powerful story which just reminded about how coaching often plays a life-saving role. Challenges I've had during my project was coming up with something that I was satisfied with and something I could produce that was satisfying, and also creating the actual project, like putting my knowledge from sports psychology into a project that I could produce was a bit challenging. For community collaborations, I feel like being able to talk with community partners was helpful in bringing my knowledge on mental health, not only for high schoolers, but later on in life if anybody wants to go to the collegiate level or professional level. And I feel like this project has made me more interested in mental performing coaching, and I love helping people make a difference in games, and I think my skills and values align with this field. I want to thank Ms. Carlisle, John Furbush, Jim Carcanes, Tim Biscup, and Julie Sinclair for helping me gain knowledge on this project. I feel like it was a very helpful experience, and I feel like it helped me grow not only as an athlete but as a person also. My future plans is to definitely stay or have a career in basketball. I feel like being able to stay close to the basketball community is important to me, and I will be exploring college programs about sports psychology and counseling, and maybe even publish a sports journal for athletes. Any questions?
I have two questions for you. One, you were part of a state championship basketball team, and I wonder, did you have discussions about mental health on the team, or was that something that you were like working on sort of separate from that?
I think it was definitely like, for me it was more separate. Like I feel like we were kind of focused a lot on more of like the physical aspect of it. Yeah. So I feel like I kind of separately like had my own mental stuff. Yeah.
And my other question is there like a physical journal?
I was gonna print it, I just didn't have time to print it out.
Because I think that could be a cool thing to have like available in ELC or something that kids could take if they want. So I mean, it's just such a cool idea.
I second that.
That's
awesome. Even for me in my real estate world, you know, we all separately, whether it's sports or a business, you just that check-in mentally, personally, checking in on yourself is really, really important in today's society.
Yeah, I agree. Any more questions?
What was your like favorite part of this whole thing?
It was definitely creating the journal. I feel like, well, especially since it was digitally, I like doing a lot of digital design stuff. So I feel like it was really fun implementing my own pictures and designs and words and everything. So, yeah.
kind of perceived with the journal party at all? Like maybe it's not like posting and having all ALC, maybe like just printing reviews, maybe selling them or just giving them out, or having one of your own.
I think I would definitely publish it. I don't think I would like charge anything for it because I feel like every mental health like shouldn't cost anything. I also feel like for myself, I definitely like would use it, and I just think it'll just have a positive impact on the community, which is what I want.
Mustafa, maybe you can help her market it. Great. I'll go for you.
Hi everyone, my name is Anna Rauscher. I'm a senior here at SoPo, and I'm going to be talking about like the design of my future college dorm room and how that went during like this whole class process. Okay, so the thing that inspired me to look into like interior designing in my like future college dorm room and how this all went was just like kind of stressing out about how everything's gonna fit in there and how like my room is gonna be way bigger than that room and how I need to like have room for everything and all my clothes, and I was just like kind of stressed about that. So I just thought about why not just talk to someone who's a professional in this like area and just see what they say about it. So that's what I did. I went out in the classroom, I emailed people, I reached out, and I got a bunch of like cool ideas on how I'm gonna do this whole process. To create my college dorm room, I kind of just picked little pieces from Pinterest that I thought would be nice, but then I had to like budget myself because I am going to Florida and it's really expensive and it's like really, I don't know, I just needed to get everything a bit cheaper because there's some really expensive things in that picture, and I just kind of chose different things based on it, based on the prices. And even though like it doesn't look exactly like it, I had to choose different things. But I had to like go through this whole process of picking out like the right items, what will fit in there. I had to look at the measurements. I didn't actually do the measurements, but I had to look at them of the dorm room size. Went to the whole website, looked at Tampa's website, and checked out all the dorm rooms and saw how big they were, and I chose items accordingly. Like the bed, I had to do it much smaller, like all those things. Yeah. So I started my journey outside the classroom by job shadowing Chrissy. This is Chrissy. She works at Nicola's Home. This is Nicola. She's the owner of Nicola's Home. It's like an interior design place and decorating place, and they like work with a bunch of different clients. So I walked in, I greeted them, and they actually put me to work by organizing their different fabrics. They have a bunch of different fabrics that they use for a bunch of different things, and then I got to meet them and I chatted with them about a bunch of different things. But I kind of just like my first day, I didn't really talk to them much. I was kind of shy. I kind of just did what they wanted me to do because I didn't want to make them mad, of course. But eventually, once I got like used to them, I asked them questions and saw what they were doing on their computers, and it was just a bunch of like designing stuff, and I thought it was really cool. I also got to talk to Cheryl Fish and Lori Crawford. Cheryl Fish, she has her own company, Fish & Co. Design. She's actually Jillian's aunt, if you guys know Jillian. And I talked to her about more designing things, and she's actually an interior decorator and designer, so she does both of those things. I don't really know the difference. They kind of are the same. But I talked to her. I also got to talk to Lori. She works for IDEX. She's the event planner. So she gets to do decorating for events, but she's like global event planner. She does a bunch of different things. She like hosts, she like goes places, checks out like all the hotels, all the areas, and she like plans the whole events for IDEX. My mom got to go, my mom works for IDEX, and she knows Lori, and she gets to go to these events, and she says it's really cool, and she just, like, this is a big job, and I just talked to her about how it's, like, pretty stressful for her. She has to, like, plan all of these things, and if people don't like it, that's, like, so sad, because that's, like, her most joyful thing is when people love the event. She puts so much detail into it. She chooses the whole event area, the hotel, she chooses the catering, she chooses everything. And I just thought both of those things were super interesting, and the design aspect, like, worked really well with them. So I actually first started off with thinking about, like, this whole, so I took ELO last semester, like, for a whole year, and this is only a 2-semester class, so I first started off by thinking, oh, I wanted to go into dental hygiene, like what Mustafa said. I was going into a dental hygiene place, and then I thought that was so boring. I was just watching them, like, do stuff in people's mouths, and I was like, ew, I don't really like that. Like, what the heck? I was just standing there, and I was like, what am I even doing? I'm not doing anything, but, so I was like, I don't want to do this, and I really thought I was going into that field. I went and, like, applied to some colleges for it, but, no, that did not work out. So I actually, these last 2 semesters, I really opened up and was like, I am not going to look at dental hygiene anymore, cross that off the list, and I am looking at something more creative that I can actually do hands-on and stuff like that. So I chose interior designing, of course, and that was such a good switch because I actually love it. I had never really looked at interior designing before, but now that I did, I really like it. My future plans. I am going to the University of Tampa in Florida. I love it. The campus is beautiful. I can't wait to have my own dorm room, and I hope it comes out as I want it to be because I don't know. I'm still kind of nervous about that whole thing, but yeah. I mean, of course, I'm excited about my new chapter, and leaving everyone is going to be so sad, but I'm excited to become, like, an adult and do things for myself, and I think Tampa's going to be so fun. So I'm going to give my thanks. This is a picture, actually, of me and Justine in, where were we again?
That's in Italy, though.
Italy. We were a long time ago. Don't look too hard. The picture is pretty embarrassing. But yeah, this is me and Justine. I want to start off by thanking the Cheryl Fish, Chrissy, and Nicola, of course. I started off by seeing them. And of course the Boudreaux's, Chrissy, and so Dr. Boudreaux, he owns the dental place that I went to first, and then Chrissy's his wife, who I eventually went to her, like, workplace, which is the designing place, so I did that. But also, of course, I want to thank Justine. She's, like, been with me this whole year. I've known her for so long. She's a family friend, and she's going to be so sad, like, missing her and everyone. Of course, I want to thank my parents for waking me up for school and getting me on time to class, because my parents were not happy about that whenever I got Starbucks and missed class. But yeah, I just wanted to thank everyone for that. And any questions? Yeah.
Have you bought any of the stuff for your dorm yet?
No, I actually haven't. Well, I'm on the wait list for spring, so I have to go, so I have to go in the fall. So I'm going in January. So I'm actually, like, a ways away. I'm gonna go to SMCC and do some classes there to start. And yeah.
Anna, will you go back to your project? Because
yeah, of course.
It's so hard for me because you all get nervous when you're up there and you don't talk enough about the details. Keep
Yeah.
going back.
This one?
Nope. The one that has, like, your budget on it.
Okay.
Okay, so there were a bunch of steps in this that you had to take. So, like, on the left-hand side, you had to come up with a theme first. Do you remember what your theme was?
My theme was just, like, light colors. I wanted to make the room look open. Like I figured out that like a dark colored room makes it look very small. Like a lighter colored room makes it feel very open. And so I chose like whites and like light colors, like pinks and like blues. So I chose. I kind of forgot what my budget was. Like,
I can't remember what it was either, but like, so,
Yeah.
and I think you called it minimalistic too, was your
Oh,
style. But do you remember
yeah.
when you would find something that you liked that was super expensive,
Oh yeah.
and then we figured out
Then
like
I
a
had to,
little
like-
hack to get the cheap look-alike version. Do you remember that?
What was that?
You put it in like Google Lens.
Oh yeah, you grab the picture and you put it into Google, and Google has like this picture area where you can put a picture in, and it like brings you other options that look like it. So I just choose the cheaper option that looks like it. But yeah. Yeah. Any more questions? No?
Okay, this is the hardest position to be in, is going last. So
Trying to get this. Try not to let the bell. No, try not to let the bell start.
The bell's not gonna start. Yeah.
Hi everybody, I'm Amoy. I'm in 11th grade and my ELO was all about human resources. My central question was, what methods are helpful for the interviewing process? How do you determine fit in an interview? What criteria I should be evaluating during an interview? And my goals were to write my own questions and give my own feedback, as well as practice presenting. My work included interviewing Sarah Olson, who does HR, specifically hiring process at Barry Dunn, and I learned a lot from her about that process, specifically communicating with others and learning their story. Later on in the semester, I also had an opportunity to join Ms. Weatherby's class and help interview some kids in JMG. This is Sarah. She was very nice, easy to talk to. Unfortunately, I did have to see her over Zoom, but she was very kind. These are the main things that she taught me. Basically, to listen to people and learn as much about their lives as possible, to be truthful and have integrity when people are not around because they're trusting you with their livelihood, and to have common sense, specifically about fit and learning the culture and environment that people are going into. This is Mike. This is Mike. This is Mike. He was the guy who helped me out with my interviewing process with JMG kids, and he taught me a lot about professionalism and specifically with people I know and I'm like friendly with, and giving them criticism, which is really hard for me. Which was one of the challenges I had here. Mostly in the beginning was about direction because I really wasn't sure what I wanted to do, and once I found out I wanted to do HR, it was kind of hard figuring out what to do next from there. But with Carla, I came in clutch with that. And then a lot of my biggest problem was directing myself with this like free-flowing class format, which I had trouble keeping myself on track, but I learned a lot about doing that along the way. I want to say thank you to Ms. Olson, Mr. Neff, Ms. Weatherby, Ms. Carlisle, that's the biggest one. And next year, I plan to take a business ELO because I'll be a senior and explore other careers. And I plan to go to college, but I'm not sure what I'm going to study yet. Any questions? Yes, Kara?
How did you, how did you stay focused, as you mentioned, like which skills did you really hone in on to use?
Well, I'm really used to having classes where my teachers make a plan for me, they make my deadlines and all that, but Ms. Carla and I sat down and I got to make my own, which is different from just doing it whenever I felt like doing it, which I had to learn how to do. Anything else?
I wasn't here when you did the JMG interview, so we haven't really had much of a chance to talk about it yet, but like, what feedback did you give them and how did you give it to them? And you said it was challenging, giving your peers feedback, like what did you do?
Honestly, it helped like writing like after they were gone, like so I didn't have to see them because obviously I care a lot about my peers and kind of like removing myself and thinking like more about the job and less about the person. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. That was so much fun just to hear all of your presentations. You all did an incredible job, and I hope you're feeling very relieved. I'm pretty sure you are right now. But I appreciate the parents and people from the community coming to see it too. It's awesome to have that support. So thank you. And thanks for bringing your class too. This on. I think I turned that on. All right, so welcome. Thanks everybody for coming. Thanks for being our audience, Ms. Nelson's class. This is our 4th presentations that we're doing for extended learning opportunities. These are students that have been doing some exploration into a career that they're interested in. And all of them have also been working on a project that they're going to talk about with you today as well. The first person that is going to present today is Adonis. And feel free at the end of each presentation you can ask questions too. If you're curious about something. So Adonis, the way to switch slides is going to be on this. You can use that though. You don't have to mirror it. You can use that if you have to. You don't need to just click through this and then it starts. Good? Yeah, exactly. Okay, perfect. We're good.
Alright, so my name is Adonis. I'm a senior in Southwood High School. And I'm not gonna lie, I really like this school, you know. I'm about to graduate. I know this has nothing to do with the project, but like, you know what I'm saying? I'm about to go to college and yeah, maybe I'm gonna miss this school. But anyways, my ELO presentation. So I took this ELO class because I really wanted to like explore myself a little bit, you know, see what I like. You know what I'm saying? See what I wanted to do in college, stuff like that. So since I was like a little kid, I knew I was really good at designing stuff. And so my dad told me to like, you should be an architect. And I was like, all right, why not? I should try. So I just decided to take this ELO class. And you know what I'm saying, get some credits for college, stuff like that. And at the end, I decided to like do this little project, which is a house. I'm designing a house, you know? So designing a house, it actually takes a lot of time. So the first idea was to just build a little house with some cardboard or some stuff like that, but at first I was like, nah, it's still gonna take me a lot of time. So I remember that back in like at the beginning of the year, I took this architecture class with Mr. T. Maybe some of you know him. And what's called, we did like a little thing, you know, it was like a little work about a house, designing a house. So I didn't finish it, not because I'm a bad student, because I had like a lot of things to do. So I was like, okay, you know what, for this project, I'm gonna just finish the house that I already had. So boom. That's like the basement. I'm gonna start with the basement, you know what I'm saying? It's a little house, it's not a big one, because if I wanted to build a big one, it would take me like a lot of time, right? Exactly. So that's like a little house. I'm gonna start with the basement. I got all the measurements and everything. And yeah, even if it's a small house, it still takes you a lot of time, a couple classes to do, you know? And yeah, hope y'all like it. Looks a little professional in my opinion. Yeah, we got like the doors and everything. There's little stairs over there. Okay. Alright, so this is some like another example, like the kind of like the outside of the house. I don't really know how to explain this because I don't have like the right amount of experience to like talk a lot about this. But like you need all this for like if you want to build a house, if you want to design a house, and architect it, stuff like that. And yeah, let me show you some more examples. All right, okay, that one looks nice. That's the outside of the house. We got the foundation floor over here. The outside is only one floor, garage, a couple windows, and that's how it looks like on the inside, you know. Something calm. Like let's say you want to go on vacation with your friends, you get something like this. It's just the first floor. We got a little bathroom, kitchen, 2 rooms over there, and boom, that's it. That's like the house. All right, so before I started designing that house, I had this little interview with Miss Sybil. So she's an architect, but like she has like a lot of experience, 6-year experience and stuff like that. So she helped me, she gave me some advice, some things that I could do if I wanted to design a house, or some stuff that I could do in the future in college. And I'm not gonna lie, I was about to quit. Yeah, and during that interview, she started giving me a lot of information, a lot of things, and I was like, I'm not trying to do all that. It's a lot of work. And then I was just like, I'm growing up, you know? I can't just stay and be lazy all the time. I gotta do something at some point in my life. So I was like, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna just do it. And here I am, presenting for the house. Okay, so besides that, we got the ACE program with Mr. Wayne over here. The ACE program, I'm not gonna lie, was one of my favorite things, taking this class, this ELO class, because we went to visit some, this construction thing over here. It's in Portland, right? Exactly, it's in Portland. It's a college, and they haven't finished it yet. So we went there. It's really nice. It looks really nice so far. And when I saw it, I told myself I'm gonna quit again. Why? Because when you see it, it's like it's a lot of work, and you're like, I'm not trying to do all that. You know what I'm saying? It's like a lot of things to do, a lot of designs to do. It's a lot. It's too stressful. So I was just, I'm not doing this, bro. And then I went home. I did some research, a little bit more. And then I was, nah, I still gotta do something in college, you know? I gotta do something in my life. I can't just be like, yeah, I'm gonna quit. I mean, I'm interested in something, and then I'm like, nah, I'm not liking this. I'm gonna just quit. So you just gotta lock in, and then boom. Yeah. What else? A little reflection over here. Some of the challenges I really had designing my house or choosing this career was the fact that I was always thinking about like, it's not gonna work, you know? It's always like that. I think like, it's not gonna work, but like, if you try something, if you focus, it might work. Or you never know. It might work. Maybe not, maybe yes, but like you should just try. Don't be scared of trying new things. Something like that. But like some problem that I really had doing like designing my house was like the software stuff, you know, getting used to it. Because I'm not really used to like designing things on the laptop and stuff like that. So I had to learn all that, measurements. I'm not really good at math either, you know. I mean, I'm not bad at math, but like I'm not that good. So I had to focus, do some math things over there. And at the end, I got my little house. You know, want to see it again? Boom. I got my little house over here. It's small, simple, calm. But like, that's the beginning, you know what I'm saying? Maybe in the future I can get something bigger. Maybe in the future it could be a school, college, something like that. But for now, it's just a little thing over here. Okay.
Adonis, keep it on the house for just 1 second.
Okay.
Can you talk about some of the things that you changed? Because I know you started this in Mr. T's
sure,
class, but like, I know, it looks different to me than the first one you sent to me.
Oh yeah?
Tell us what you...
So I had to fix some of the windows over here. So let's say some windows were like too big and some of them were like too small. In architecture, there's some rules when you want to build a house. Let's say you can't have this type of windows in this type of house. You can't have this type of door in this type of house, stuff like that. So I had to do some research and fix like, the windows, some of the doors, and I had to fix this room over here. I had to fix all that. So yeah, that's some of the things that I had to fix. I didn't have trouble doing that, but like it takes time. You still wanna see it, or can I move on?
What about the kitchen? Because I know you
The
made
kitchen?
some changes in the kitchen too, right?
Oh yeah, the kitchen. Yeah, it was kind of ugly at first. It was an ugly kitchen, and you know, I like to cook. I like to make some food sometimes. So I was like, I don't like the way it looks, you know. So I'm gonna fix it. I'm gonna make it look pretty. Y'all think it looks pretty?
Yes.
I'm saying it looks pretty, man. I mean, yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna make it look pretty a little bit, and then I fixed it. That's how it looks like. All right, so conclusion. For now, I just want to say thank you to Miss Caroline for this wonderful class. I want to say thank you to Mr. Wayne over here for all the experience, all the things we did, all the field trips and everything. For the ice cream too, it was really good. Thank you. I want to say thank you to Ms. Sewell, even if she's not here. Like, she really helping me a lot with that interview. And yeah. Any questions? No?
Hold on. Do you think you might go into architecture as a career?
Yeah, maybe, yeah. I mean, I want to try it.
I love that.
I just don't know if I'm going to be like, yeah, I'm not doing this again. I might quit. I don't know that, but I want to try it. I want to challenge myself a little bit and see how it goes.
Do you think you might like to do like more residential, so homes, or more commercial, like businesses, schools?
Oh, commercial. I like the businesses stuff.
Nice.
Any other questions?
So Adonis, I got to witness firsthand the like locking in, because like once you got on the project and into it again,
Yeah.
like I couldn't get you off it. I was like, no, you gotta start working on your slides, and like you were like, no, I have to do this. So are you enjoying it, even though it seems like it's a little tedious because it's so much work for tiny little changes? Like I remember you had to like fix lines and walls and like very little things that you were working on.
I mean, yeah. I mean, it's not like that's not like a problem to me, you know. It was like I took my time because I'm doing sports, you know what I'm saying? So I didn't have like time to do it. And since I'm like doing combat sports, I just get home, I'm all beat up, and I'm like, when I try to work, I'm not trying to do no homework, I'm just go straight to that. And so I remember yesterday, I went home after practice. I was sleeping, and I was like, shit, I got a project to finish, I got this thing to do. So I just got straight to work. You just gotta like have the mindset, you know. No matter, you just gotta do it. And then here I am.
But when you do it, do you enjoy it?
No.
No, no, not the slideshow. I mean the actual, like the archetype.
Oh, the actual thing. Oh yeah, I do. It's fun. It's like, you just gotta get like creative with everything. But like the slideshow, it's not that I don't enjoy it. It's just at the time I was like really tired. And
Yeah, I get that part. I was just curious. Like sometimes you try a career out and you realize it can be a lot of work. All of them are a lot of work at the end of the day. But if it's a lot of work and not fun, or you're not enjoying it, then it's really
it's not
yeah.
worth it. Even if they pay good, it's not really worth it.
Yeah.
So like if y'all think about college or something like that, just make sure y'all enjoy it. Because my dad, for example, he doesn't enjoy his job. He's always complaining, but he gets money. You know what I'm saying? Anyway.
Adonis, what was the most satisfying part about designing that house?
About designing, I'm not gonna lie, like when I was done, I just look at it and be like, I really did this, right?
Yep.
That's my house right there. That's like the thing that I really like about designing a house.
Nice.
Any other questions? No? Okay.
Nice job. Noah.
Oh, okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Noah. Today I'm going to present my ELO my final project. I've always been curious about how science can solve a world problem. I wanted to break out of the traditional classroom and learn in a more active way. The question I going into my experiment was how do chemical engineering design system to capture and use CO2 and use CO2. My personal goals were to understand the CO2 capture process while learning how to conduct the scientific experiment so I could later reproduce it on larger scale. also meet professional person to gain a better understanding of the field I want to study later in my life. This is the thing I work with Mr. Lars and Mr. Sean. He helped me with the design of my project. We work about technology in medical biology stuff. The project started by a spider plant in a tank with soil to observe the ability to absorb CO2. The goal was to measure and control the environment, the plant's effect on CO2 concentration over the time. I chose the project because I wanted to understand how plant can help to purify the earth, and in particular the CO2 capture system. This topic that interests me because of its connection to chemistry, because later on to work in chemistry stuff, even is like what I want to do is not really good for the planet, because I want to work in petroleum stuff. The idea came to me because I already had done the project last year of my last high school, but we were like 30 people, so it was kind of messy, very messy. We used another classroom and it was very bad. Yeah. The research conducted to the study of the photosynthesis and how the plant can absorb the CO2 every day. I had to come every morning into Miss Coli's class and measure the CO2, how many CO2 the plant capture, and the experiment were like kind of bad at the beginning. It was always 5,000 ppm was the highest level. The carbon capture system, just right here, is able to measure. What I learned during this 2 weeks is how to design a very simple but effective experiment, but also how to check the CO2 level every day, find the solution to the problem I encountered throughout the experiment. Mission Wyman, just right here. He work in medical chemistry. He advised me on the design of the tank, while respecting the law of photosynthesis. Because before him, I was just not respecting the physical stuff and was just doing my YouTube video and ChatGPT. The challenge I faced during these 2 weeks was maintaining a truly closed system without completely blocking the air exchange, understanding the plant and how the cell respiration and the photosynthesis work in a tank I created by myself, understanding the data with simple equipment. This is the machine was supposed to measure the CO2 level. One is 5,000 ppm. This is supposed to mean the CO2 level is very high, and the experiment is like not very working. The highlight I gained during this 2 weeks was reading the tank and observing it for like 2 weeks and 5 days, I think. Connecting observation to my science knowledge, interacting with professionals who gave me a better understanding of CO2 chemistry. Mr. Sean helped me with the design of the tank. Mr. Nabil Hiti gave me a broader perspective on energy and the environment, and inspired me to think about the future of energy, because in the past I always think the petroleum and oil were the only way to produce energy, and Mr. Nabil working in how to produce energy with air and nuclear way. Yeah. Is this type of learning will right to me? Yeah, because I enjoy learning by doing testing and making mistakes, a lot of mistakes during these 2 weeks. This type of project motivated me to continue my study and create a useful solution. During the ACE, my favorite trip was the architecture tour during in Portland with Mr. Wayne and Mr. Lice. We visit the century. We visit building were built 100 years ago. It was pretty instructive for me and my class. For the conclusion, during this project, I understood how to weigh the scientific approach step by step, the importance of linking personal projects to the global issue, and how to communicate the result clearly and effectively. For the future, I really want to be able to build a green wall in desertific area, like the desert in Africa or in China, or big green wall in the touristic zone. This is the green wall in Singapore airport.
Wow.
Yeah. That's it.
You know what I'm going to ask you right now. What am I going to ask you? What went wrong? Tell us about what went wrong and what our theory is and why it went wrong.
The tank were too close during this 2 weeks, so the O2, the oxygen, were not able to going into the tank, and the plane were not able to practice the cellular respiration, and you can do the photosynthesis without the O2, the oxygen. The oxygen, yeah.
So what did you do?
We put tiny hole on this thing just right there, and on the first week, before the tiny hole, it was 5,000 ppm, and after the tiny hole, it was I think 4,500. So it worked pretty well, and 5 days before the presentation, 5 days before today, we just opened the cage and see what happened, and it was 500. So the plant were able to practice the photosynthesis, yeah, and just brave.
I got another question
Any
for
other
you.
questions?
Yeah. So sometimes experiments aren't just about the numbers, but other observations. So it looks like you had quite a bit of moisture in that tank. How did the plant handle that 2 week stint when it was not undergoing its cellular respiration?
I think at the end the plant died because there's too much water inside the tank.
Okay.
Yeah.
I made a couple of errors in the beginning of it.
No such thing as a failed experiment. You've learned something here.
So I noticed you talked about being interested in working in chemistry with petroleum, but what about renewable resources or the green wall? Would you be interested in studying that sort of thing and maybe designing carbon capture type technology?
I want to work in petroleum because in my country, petroleum is a very big stuff, and that's what my dad do, and that's why I want to do it. Yeah.
I like
Yeah.
that.
Any other questions? No? Nice job. gears from Ace to Julia here. While she presents, I'm gonna just pass this and you can take a look through it. This is the start of her tattoo portfolio and you can peek at it while she's talking.
It's very skinny and a little sad, and there's a couple works in progress in it, but it's okay. So here's my tattoo portfolio in progress. I'm Julia. I'm a senior. So this semester I was focused on building my portfolio. I wanted to explore different art styles and explore digital art. Digital art didn't work out for me because I think that digital art looks ugly compared to a pencil on paper, and to be honest, I didn't have the time to work on it. I felt that it looked too slippery. It looked very slippery when I tried digital art, and that was a big thing that I wanted to work on. So it was upsetting that was a challenge for me. But I will continue to try and work on that because it's important and it's something that artists look for. You know, if I'm going and I'm applying and saying, hey, here's my portfolio, look at my art, and they're going to say, do you do digital art? And I'm going to say, no. So some of the styles that I explored were American traditional and fine line. That up top is pen on paper, that's a butterfly, and American traditional. There's bold lines and stipple shading, like a bunch of little dots, and that kind of mimics like an airbrush. And then down here, I designed that for Miss Carlisle. That is digital, but it's very small, and it started out just on paper. That has thin lines and minimalistic detail. Those are a couple. This semester, I interviewed Gemma at Gemstone Tattoo. Gemma has been tattooing for a long time, and she has her own shop in Portland. I learned that some valuable skills that are required for this field are stuff more like interpersonal skills and communication and self-motivation and kindness. Because kindness is really important. You're working with people all the time, and if you don't like people, it's not going to work for you. I actually had an artist last semester tell me, I hate people, and I hate touching people, and I hate looking at people, and I hate talking to people, and I said, oh my god, you seem really, but she was so like nice to her clients, so she was just like putting on some fake face, which I don't understand how she was really enjoying that, but Gemma really enjoys it. So I had a shadow with Gemma in the fall semester. That was really great and interactive, but this semester she gave me advice on more like the personal part during our interview, and she told me that interpersonal skills are really the most important part of this career because, you know, art is number one, but your personal, like within yourself, that's also number one because it is a lot of mental work, and you know, you're with people all the time. If you don't like people, it's not gonna work. Gemma works alone in a shop in a basement, and so being able to set boundaries with clients is also really important, especially as a woman working alone. She said that she's had a couple of really weird customers and men that are just gross, and she's had to kick them out and say, hey, you're never allowed back here. So she told me that setting boundaries is really important. And I've also had a lot of people in my life telling me, oh, you know, like this career won't work because you have to build a client base. Did you know that you have to build a client base? And also, like, it takes a really, really long time to build up that portfolio, and you're just gonna be alone. Like, you have to, it's a personal contracting, and you have to do it all by yourself. You don't have an employer, you don't have anyone higher above you to monitor what you're doing, and that doesn't really stray me away from it. I'm even more motivated because self-motivation is a big part of this. So during this process, I did face some challenges, such as finding motivation to create, especially while I was in school. I find more motivation when I'm at home. I also struggled to enjoy digital art, which I'm gonna work a lot more on, hopefully over the summer. And people in my life telling me, that this is not a good career path. I've also had teachers telling me that this isn't a good career path, which sucks to hear from like a teacher who's supposed to be like a mentor, and they're like, no, don't do that. But I was motivated by consistent trial and error, figuring out what works and what doesn't work, and forcing myself to make art. Sometimes I just have to sit there and draw and say, I'm going to draw today, and that's all I'm going to do. Is I'm going to draw for this amount of time, then I end up drawing for a really long time. So I love drawing. I also really like seeing tattoos in the wild, like seeing people with tattoos, customers at my work. I'm like, hey, I like your tattoo. And they're like, oh, actually, I'm a tattoo artist. And I say, oh, wow, cool, I want to be a tattoo artist. And my community partners, such as Gemma and Fook. Fook works at Tsunami Tattoo, and he's great. Over 2 semesters, I found that this is a really great learning method for me. And my community partners have shown me that tattooing is not a linear path, but it's really rewarding once you get it done. And I'm really inspired by Fook and Gemma and even Rebecca, who told me that it's a terrible career and I should never do it. So thank you to all of them for allowing me to explore this career. I got a lot of no's from artists. They were like, no, this wouldn't be a fair exchange, but you know, I got let into 3 shops, which is pretty good. And also thank you to Miss Carlisle, because I wouldn't be able to do this without her, and she's super awesome. Does anyone have questions?
So thinking of yourself as an artist, do you have a particular style you think you'll enjoy more?
I really like black work right now. That's something that I really enjoy. I'm not into like Asian traditional. I just don't think it would look good. If I tried doing that on someone's skin, I feel like it would look pretty bad. There's a lot of artists that do that really well, and like American traditional and stuff. I like more like gothic looking black work, or even some like fine lines and like minimalism too.
And do you think, are you hoping to do more of the designing and tattooing, or just tattooing?
Both.
I love that.
Yeah, both. Of course I would let somebody come to me and be like, hey, I have this pre-drawn, will you tattoo it on me? But I think that there's also more money in drawing something for someone, and it's more rewarding to be like, yeah, I drew that, and it's on their body, so.
Are you thinking, or can you apprentice with someone, or
I
to start
can.
working?
I have to go to a lot of people and say, hey, do you want me? Yes or no?
Like Tsunami, there are a lot of people working there, right?
Yes.
Under him.
Yeah. It'll obviously take a lot more than that. That's a little starter for me.
I mean, have you ever actually done it?
Tattooed.
Yeah.
I have a lot of my own tattoos. I have a tattoo machine. I started tattooing myself when I was about 12 or 13. Most of them are pretty regrettable, and I have tattooed other people, which I'm not supposed to tell you, because that can be, you know, liable when I become a tattoo artist. Minors tattooing other minors, or even like anyone, can be a bad look.
Well, that's what I was saying. Are you going to apprentice with someone to like kind of get into the business?
Yeah,
and
that's what
learn
I plan on doing,
Yeah.
because it's really the best way to do it. Everyone that I've apprenticed or interned, shadowed with has been like, you need to get an apprenticeship. This is what I did. Some of them even had like 2 apprenticeships before they started.
Yeah.
All right, so as an artist then, what type of space does motivate you to find that creativity? What gets you unstuck?
Bed.
All right.
Yeah, I like my bed. At school, I have a hard time because it feels like, you know, Miss Carlisle is like, can you draw something? And I say, no, I just want to draw because I want to draw, not because you want me to draw. But that's not Miss Carlisle's fault. That's a like me, personal within me thing. But I just like to draw, you know, in my bed. Sometimes I can find the motivation to draw at school. But
It's a writer's block. That's normal.
yeah.
Julie, I think it's good that you kind of talked about like your first interview with Rebecca, because you had your first job shadow that was like, you came back going, wow, I don't know, this woman was so negative about this career. And then we saw a group who was like totally different. So kind of like a good thing for people to hear, maybe if you go in and you have one negative experience and someone tells you something about a career, like speak with someone else and get a second opinion.
Oh yeah, somebody could say, don't build houses. I wasn't wearing my hard hat and then a big chunk of wood fell on my head. And you can be like, well, that's your fault. You weren't wearing your hard hat. The same as how Rebecca told me, I have no social life and my husband lives across the country and I'm just so miserable because I eat, sleep, and breathe tattooing. And I'm like, well, you're the one with the husband who lives all the way across the country and you don't seem to be branching out and making friends. So that's a you problem, not an everybody problem. Because there was not a single artist that I ran into after that. It was like, oh no, I hate this and nobody should ever do this. Just her.
Yeah, and Gemma was super encouraging too.
Oh yeah, Gemma was great.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Any other questions?
What's your favorite thing to draw with? Like pen?
I do prefer a pen. Yeah. Pencil is important though. Gemma told me that. I said, I just like a pen because I can't make as many mistakes with a pen, you know. A pencil is like, well, if I make a mistake, I can just erase it, but that's why pencils exist. And I was like, I don't want to use a pencil because then I'll just want to make mistakes. And I can't make mistakes with a pen. I need to use pencil more often. Because then, if I just use pen, I end up with more drawings that I am unhappy with. But then if I go over them, pencil and then pen, then I have a drawing. That's good.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
My name's Donovan Lawrence. This is my second semester doing this class. And I've been with the fire department for my senior year. So I've never really liked learning in a classroom, like with a teacher. So if you are the same, it's a really good class for you because I spent 50% of my school year not at school. Every white day I have not been here. And I've been riding with the fire department or responding to calls as a call company member. So it's just a really good opportunity for that. My project was to go over like all the gear that we use on a call, just explain it. So turnout gear is like the outer shell that you see every firefighter wearing on a fire call, car accident, anything like that. It's just thick, like leather protection for chemicals, any like liquid spills or temperature. SCBA gear, it's like your oxygen tank on your back. So you have, all your gear together is about 70 pounds. And it gives you 30 to 40 minutes of air that you can breathe in any kind of hazardous like situation. So if you had a chemical spill and it was something that you shouldn't be breathing in, like chlorine, anything like that, you just have a mask that seals your face and you're breathing through the tank of your back just to give you like good oxygen instead of damage your lungs or anything like that. Irons is a term that we use. It's just an axe and a tool called a halligan, where it's just a hook and you can use it to like pierce a door, to like, enter a door if it's like locked or jammed or somebody's like stuck on the other side. So just like door breaching is usually what you use that for. And there's a couple of saws that we use. So chainsaw, and everybody's heard of chainsaw, I'm sure. It's just for cutting like softer materials, wood, anything like that. And these are K12 saws. So it's for a harder material or a metal, anything that, like if you've ever seen a window that has like iron bars on the outside for security, you can use that to cut the bars in case somebody was like trapped in there outside the window and they need to get out from the fire. That's what we use. Jaws are kind of just a big like jack, like a car jack. So if a door is pinned on a car accident, you just use that to stick the 2 pounds into the side of the door and it just has a twist on the end, opens up, and it can pretty much open anything. I mean, it's incredibly strong. And that pipe pull is just a long stick with a hook. It's for pulling down any ceiling tiles, drywall, anything like that after the fire. When we think the fire is out, you'll go in and check all the rooms, make sure there's nothing like in the ceilings or any electrical fires. For my interview, I interviewed a guy named Richard. He just finished his 1 year in South Portland. So I basically started writing with him. He started. And he gave me a lot of good advice. Pretty much just told me, like, don't be afraid to stand out in anything that you're doing. And, like, give everything you got. Like, put 100% on everything you do. Especially in, like, the academy or any fire calls that you go on, you know, somebody's life's on the line. So you gotta do everything you can. I've known this is a career I've wanted since I was 8 years old, and the fire department came to my house. But spending my senior year with them has made me even more sure. It's just a very fun job, in my opinion. It can definitely be stressful. You know, everybody's relying on you to do your part. But it's also very rewarding. Like when people come up and tell you like thank you for what you did and all that stuff, it's just a very good feeling. Yeah, probably the most important thing that I'm working on, like a challenge that I had, was you know, getting comfortable, because you're always in a stressful situation. There's no really time when you feel comfortable. So just getting comfortable being uncomfortable is something that pretty much every guy there has told me. And challenges were like learning new skills, like knot skills and close connections on a call. It's definitely stressful because, you know, everything's pretty time sensitive. And then probably the most important challenge was like going home after and being able to accept like other people's like problems, because if somebody's like saying they had a rough day at school, you know, they missed a test or missed a homework, and you just went to somebody who had a heart attack and their daughter was like crying and telling you that like they thought they were gonna lose their mom. You know what I mean? It's definitely like hard to sympathize with somebody who missed the homework test, but you got to like turn that off a little bit. So that was probably the hardest part. And so in the academic part, like this classroom part, I worked on a resume and doing cover letters for college next year. And then I'm doing the live-in program at SMCC, where you go and live at a fire station for 2 years. I'm going to be living in Wyndham, working full-time there for most of my college. So my college will be 2 years. Any questions?
You mentioned getting comfortable with being uncomfortable. Do you have any advice for people in situations like, you know, getting comfortable when you're uncomfortable?
I would say just like spending as much time as you can, like putting yourself in a situation where you like don't feel comfortable, you know. It's like if there's something that scares you, it's, in my opinion, I think it's better to just jump in, like do it as much as you can, and the more you do it, the easier it gets. Like the first time I went, I was scared. When the call comes in, you gotta run downstairs and get all your gear on and go in the truck, and I was scared for that part because I didn't want to be like the slowest one and everybody waiting for me. But I practiced. I went in after school on random nights, just practice going through the motions, and that definitely helped me. So I think just like doing as much as you can to like make yourself familiarize yourself with the thing that scares you, I think is very important.
Nice job, Donovan. All right, Owen.
Hello everybody, my name is Owen. I'm a senior here at South Portland High School. And during this ELO, I really wanted to learn more about my field I'm pursuing, which is mechanical engineering. And my central question was what tower designs can hold the most weight without collapsing. And I had two goals. My first was to create a structure that can hold a certain multiplier of its body weight. And my second goal was to further my knowledge in the field of engineering. Over here on the right is my blueprint, which shows the top view, the side view, all the measurements, and the estimated materials. And for research, I looked at different tower designs, such as trusses, triangular towers, and square towers. And in the end, I ended up going with the square design because I believe it would work best in holding vertical load. And I discovered that popsicle sticks are not long enough to do triangular or cross bracing, so I had to precisely measure and cut a bunch of popsicle sticks, which ended up being extremely tedious and time consuming. For my informational interview, I was given the opportunity to interview Mr. Provenkel. He's a mechanical engineer and project manager at Enercon Technologies. He's worked there for about a year and a half. He said he enjoys being a mechanical engineer, but he says it can be a little dry because it's driven often by customer requirements that can be very vague because they don't really know what they want. And depending on the path you choose, progression in the field can be very flat. He recommends trying to build things with your hands and learning how to model using a 3D printer. And the most challenging part of his job are his bosses, his schedules, and timelines. As a part of the ACE program, Mr. Keller came in. We did different activities connected to architecture, construction, and engineering. And we went on many trips in Portland. My favorite activity was our architectural walking tour of Portland. We got to see the Customs House, City Hall, and a bunch of the Old Port, and see and analyze all their architecture. The biggest challenge for me was my time management, because I didn't realize how long it would take to build my tower, and I had to come in during my off blocks, take it home with me just to get it done in time, and yeah. My future plans are to study at UMaine Orono to study mechanical engineering. I just want to thank Ms. Carlisle for giving me this opportunity and Mr. Keller for helping me learn more about my future plans. And this experience has helped me realize that I chose the right post-secondary option for me. And I look forward to going to UMaine this fall to pursue my dream of being a mechanical engineer. Now, this is my tower. It weighs 1.175 pounds. And this morning I tested it and it managed to hold up 350 pounds, which is 297 times the body weight. And for perspective, that would be the average human, which is 137 pounds, carrying 40,689 pounds. And that'd be the same ratio. Any questions?
Will you hit your video?
Not a long video. But you could hear it cracking. Yes.
How did you fasten the popsicle sticks together?
I used hot glue.
Hot glue.
I guessed it would hold 40 pounds.
Yeah. It did not hold 40 pounds.
Did you estimate how much you thought it would hold?
I did not. Everybody was saying it wouldn't hold that much, so I kind of I underestimated it. I guess like around 100, I guess.
Do you think it broke with the wood, or do you think it broke at